questions.
All right.
Panics.
All right. Is your character more of a hoarder or a minimalist?
Minimalist.
Order.
Minimalist.
My character has the clothes on his back, a singular weapon, and 35 ek.
Classic hoarder.
In the city, maybe.
He hoards the scalps of his enemies.
No, honestly, I don't think he actually has anything other than that, Milo.
Yeah.
Alright, the informant, not a hoarder. The opposite, minimalist. Doesn't carry anything. Foray,
He'll get real
definitely a
upset
hoarder.
if you relieve him of one of his pistols.
That is true. He will get upset. That is required for the job. Like, if it's needed for a job, he keeps it. What he's got, he needs.
You already got one pistol. You know.
Sucks to be you. Now, Foray, on the other hand, if he gets a hold of it, it's gone. You never see it again. It's with the fox.
Alright. Where does your character feel safe?
Safety is for the weak.
Sorry, where do they feel safe?
Where do they feel safe?
Honestly, I don't think Eyes has felt safe in a long, long time. A few hundred years, I feel like he forgot the meaning of being safe.
It's kind of sad.
Only when
Is
you
there,
think about it.
Yeah.
Not for, especially for my character, not many places would probably feel safe for him, but considering stuff I'm throwing into his backstory, is there a church in town?
There'd be a couple. One
Some
of them
religious
would be...
folk around?
Yes. There is not much developed about it, except the Sun Clerics exist. Then they're kind of like... They were kind of like a church that was like, oh, Apollo, this caretaker, a powerful being, he must be a god, we're gonna worship him. And then he was just like, guys, no, I'm not, no. And then over time, he just was like, well, if you're gonna do this, I'm just gonna get you to help me out, I guess, and, like, do good for people. So now they kind of just became, like, a cleric order that just helps them out, and kind of... They're still kind of like churches, but the churches aren't exactly teaching. They're just like headquarters centers for their.
I mean, that's you know, I have the info I need.
Yeah, that's the only one. That's the only one that does exist.
Whichever one's relevant to my character's backstory, you can choose a location later.
You can make one up too.
They helped, take care of him when he was younger and even smaller. It's hard being a runt in a raccoon mafia. Unless you actually made the mafia like really nice people, I don't know. I never asked you about that.
I mean, they're not nasty, but they're probably not nice.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of built and influenced mostly by survival.
Well, that fits too, because he's a runt. So, not high survivability, so he goes, ha, screw you all, I'm gonna become a tank.
Wow. Sounds like trauma.
It is. Finch, what are the 14 and 40 on my character when I click on him?
Where?
On my character when I click on him? This character took 14 and 40 because I don't have any stats like that.
Here, let me take a look.
No, I'm dying.
Oh, yeah, the 40 would be your health.
Shouldn't it be 35? Or are you bumping me up a bit because levels?
Yeah.
All right, I'll change that on my sheet.
And
Imagine having more health than like
people have gotten
20.
stuff. This is very true there, informant.
I assume that is what this is. Why is it going up there?
So for the rest of the people, where does your character feel safe?
All right, the informant's going to be really weird. Safe is either at home, which usually is just a tavern or some other place, because who rents a home anyway, or who owns a home? Couldn't be me. But the opposite of that is, if I'm sitting with other powerful people, I'm very safe. No one's making a move on them, and if I'm not making a move on them, I'm safe.
Not to mention one. Then Athol,
I think that leaves me.
Yeah.
I would say I feel safest probably in the Scrap Town back room working on something.
I'd argue that second safest. First safest was around your brother.
Probably not.
Nowhere safer than the cemetery.
This is
Well,
also
Brad
not
did
true.
well.
This is false.
Hey, bro.
Cool. And then I will ask one more.
Green, no blue.
What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
African or European?
Oh, we're talking African.
I don't know.
I don't know that.
Can you cook? Like, well.
That's a
Like-
whole different question than just can you cook?
Yeah, like,
No.
are you like a decent cook?
Well, actually, that depends. Define cook.
Can you
I can
prepare
smelt.
good food? That isn't, like, gross.
And if it's nachos, that's very similar process. It's just cheese, melt it. Have to screw that up.
Gotta engineer a grilled cheese.
Indeed.
I think I'm gonna actually go with yes. I think it would make sense. Be a good cook. Maybe he's not a great cook, but he's a good cook.
The informant falls more along the baking suite than the cooking suite. Precision is my speciality. I don't go outside the box when it comes to the cooking recipe, and thus, if the recipe's bad, my cooking's bad. If it's good, my cooking's good.
Well, Oz was a beggar for like a few hundred years, so no, he's not very good at cooking. He's creative, though. You can give him that.
Which is mildly alarming there. How about Drod?
Drod has no such weaknesses.
What does that mean?
Drod has no need to cook.
Yes.
Okay. Mysterious. I guess I'm now gonna end the fun music real quick, and then would someone like to do a quick recap? We can also work together if we don't fully remember.
I have to do this again. Is nobody else going to volunteer?
I can volunteer for the first like maybe 10 minutes unless I'm remembering the wrong session.
I wasn't.
So we started at oh shucks. Person who saved us house. Names are not my speciality.
Dominic's. Maybe I should
Yes.
just do it. All right, here we go. Last time, and we started our little session at Dominic's house, where we were promptly informed. By the way, the wolf go through the basement to the Undercity. Plus, that's where we needed to go anyway. So we promptly did that. We spotted a scrap iron that looked a little bit more advanced than the usual models, trying to sneak away with something on its back. We followed it with Lucian. Went to the mines. We never followed up on that. Instead, we went to the bar, or that one bar, talked with Cruz, hung out, I worked on a device. I think Thea went to talk to Cruz. Cruz then left. I don't think it was through the door. I do believe then we went up topside because we were assigned by Cruz to go talk with one of her people or one of her. What's the right word? That isn't bribery.
Threats.
Well, I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking like, the person, that employee. I'm going to say one of her employees that was acting up due to the fact that they were apparently also being threatened by the Bogus Pogus. Of course, we don't know that. Only the informant knows that, and he's not sharing. So we found that out. Found out people are moving in on territory, and Murray is dead, resulting in a bit of a silent gang war. And finally, I think we went to a noodle shop. Had a good time.
But yeah, so I can add
I think.
the final bit. We saw a very questionable orb, and now we're going to the Safe and Warm Tavern.
Oh, right. We're going to the Safe and Warm Tavern.
Yep.
Why are we going to the Safe and Warm Tavern?
I have questions on. Yes.
Right.
15% off. That's a free stay in my books.
It's true. It's true.
Does that mean we get paid to go because it's 15% off?
True. Good point.
Well done.
We will do our best not to do that. I make no guarantees. We have a coupon? We have a coupon. I present the coupon.
Wow.
Thank you. It's a lot of rooms.
Oh, how nice.
I think we'll go to the one that's complimentary.
Well, good.
What was that again? I'm sorry. I'm just a little lost. Or to the left. Right. Thank you. Just a
Okay.
perception check. Okay, because I have a passive of 19. If that helps.
Same.
Oh. Nice.
How low is my...
I nat 20'd and then got a 19. I see everything. Holy crap.
Okay.
Kind of like the one we saw in the underground, or
Well,
perhaps.
okay, I'm just gonna walk up to Athel. You see anything? Saw it. I couldn't really tell.
Yeah,
What was-
it was one of the more advanced scrap irons.
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna.
Do you
which
think
way
we
did-
should inform the staff, or do you think that the staff is in on it?
I imagine they're in on it. Like, first place we saw.
Perhaps the
Sapphire
complimentary
was
room is worth it.
absolutely worth it. I'll send Lucian. Let's find someone to go, and I'll send Lucian. Actually, no. I will turn on Lucian's heat vision. Are the automatons, like, can I see them using the heat vision? Are they above 15?
What is the heat vision? As an incidental monitoring and contagion causing your eyes to be from vision, you cannot see through walls. You could bodies look identical to surrounding anything below 60. Using heat vision, it seems like their chests are quite warm, but the rest is maybe not cold, but definitely a little bit on the cool side.
Okay. I'm gonna send him. Should I send Lucian?
I mean, are you sure that's a good idea? I don't think
gotta
these things
figure
will
it
have
out.
qualms about shooting a random bird.
Okay. What? Okay. Let's get the informant. We're gonna walk over to the informant. The
Okay.
What?
While you guys are doing that, the informant's gonna talk to the hotel staff,
Okay.
and be like, "So, you mentioned a tab, correct?
Yes.
May I pull up our current balance?"
Oh, don't worry. It's all on your tab. It's all good.
Oh, but are you certain?
Oh, yes. It's all on your tab. It's all fine. Yes.
Wonderful. The other question I had for you guys, because you guys are running a lot of tabs and such, and I was just curious how you guys are getting support for the business here. I believe this is a cause worth investing in. I was just curious if you had any outside investors yet.
Oh, yes. We have several. Our owner specifically of our franchise is Kyoto. He's been funding a lot of the building, the structure, the moving in, the leases and stuff for us to open. I believe this is our third location here. Yeah, and he has been able to convince. Of course, you've heard of Kyoto. Great philanthropist, amazing guy. He's able to convince some of his wealthy buddies to help us do stuff, and we're able to provide a lot of care and stuff at a pretty amazing price for a lot of people that may otherwise not be able to do it. And with the way he's bankrolling us, I mean, just look at the carpets. It's nice. It's very safe and warm.
Nice.
It's just makes me feel so warm and snuggly and safe. It's nice.
I couldn't agree more.
Mhm.
Sorry, out of character, Kyoto. I know of him. What do I know of him?
Kyoto is he's the only person in Congress who was essentially voted in by the court of public opinion, just because he was already decently wealthy and fairly rich, and he made a bunch of hospitals and stuff like that, different shelters, some museums, some schools. He seemed to be like one of the few people really, really pushing to better the city.
Okay, cool.
And so he started showing up at Congress, and they just kind of let him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I mean, if Kyoto's sponsoring this establishment, I mean, you guys must be doing extremely well. And yes, it is very safe and warm. I can scarcely believe it myself. Cool. Well, thank you so much. We will definitely be on our way.
All right. And then that's when
I
you guys
will-
turn to talk to each other.
I presume so. Yep.
I'm just gonna try to whisper to the man. There's another scrap iron here. Just to let you know, and I think we should just have it to the tavern and discuss.
I think that'd be a great idea. And I look at Foray, and I'm like, keep an eye on him while we chat. Sounds good to me.
All
I
right.
presume then we move on into the.
You guys were wanting to go to the dining hall?
Yeah. Wait, no, we literally just came from a noodle hut.
Yeah, what were you wanting to do then?
I mean, the informant, frankly, still likes the idea of going to have just a little bit of food, if not just to get a place to chat that's somewhat quiet, and also to see who all is using the establishment.
All right. To the dining hall it is.
Oh, sorry, is this the door right here?
Yeah, that would be the door there. It's open now. Yeah, as you walk in, it seems to be a pretty busy place. There's really like only one table That's relatively free. There's some stools and stuff around. Yeah, and people seem relatively happy. There's another bartender, very similar mustache to the guys up front, serving a couple of these fine gentlemen at the bar here at the moment. As you guys walk in, a fairly tall elf comes and walks up to you, and just hands folded together is like, "Hello there, friends. Well, I'm a traveling salesman. I've currently been working really hard at getting a very unique inventory. See, I have this bag here where whatever's pulled out is fated by destiny to somehow in some way pertain to you and your livelihood. Some way that will benefit you at some point in the future. Something that will affect you personally. And it's only 15 ek as well. Would you guys perhaps like to take a swing at it?
Well, 15 ek.
Only 15 ek.
Why not? Why not? What the hell?
He opens up his hand.
Okay, I give him 15 ek. Don't know why my ek thing's done. Okay, that was 680.
Wonderful. He then reaches in and hands you a purple crystal.
A purple crystal?
Yes, a nice crystal there. I have no clue what it does, but it seems faintly magical there.
Interesting. I just put it in one of my side pockets and I head to the bar. Then,
How about...
I've got some stuff to spare, and I'm always in the market for random goods. So,
And how about you, Leah?
I would also I give him 15 ek.
Amazing. Well, how about... Ooh, nice. Here
Is this a lucky looter thing?
Yeah, here, I'll roll it 3 times and let you choose one. Because he's only going to give you one. One of those 3.
Okay.
There's a lantern, bag of holding, and an elvish skull. He can kind of...
Did somebody say a bag of holding?
Yes.
We'll take that.
All right. And for these, we'll just note them down, and then I'll add them later, I guess, unless they're major. And how about you there, my nice leather raccoon there, fellow?
I've turned away from him because I'm trying to convince Foray to give me the money. And Foray is not letting go of the 2,500 ek he is currently holding on to. And I'm like, it's only 15. Foray, do I have to sell you on this? This is 15 ek for something of value. Look what Ethel got. Ethel got a bag of holding. And Foray is just not having it.
They're quite useful. Very, very extremely useful items. Each and every one prized from a different collector of magic antiquities of some sort, or perhaps different other artifacts.
Foray would like to do a heart check to see if he's telling the truth.
Yep, do a heart check at disadvantage. Okay. Yep. Yeah, he seems to be a fairly earnest traveling salesman.
Well, at that, Foray is I'm gonna trust him enough to not just give me 10 ek, but to give me, or to 15 ek for myself, but to give 30 ek for the both of us.
Wonderful, wonderful. So one for each of you then. Here you guys go. Some of these eyes of googliness. I don't know what these do, but they're just really sticky eyes of some sort. I believe there's some kind of listening device. And here is a nice invisibility cloak. Don't know how to activate it, but here you go. Have a wonderful time.
I'm like, oh, so I immediately take the invisibility cloak, and I'm like, this is fascinating. And the eyes of googliness, I'm like, here you go, Foray, and I just hand it to him. Foray almost immediately detects the googliness was for me, and it turns up his nose and says no. And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. It's training damn dog to accept his reward. And Foray at that is pissed off. He's like, I am no dog, I'm a fox. Like, you know the difference. Grabs the invisibility cloak and bolts after the Swamp Iron, whatever dude I told him to go follow. And so he's going to try and look for him on the premises with both items on him.
Which guy was he looking for again? Sorry.
The iron.
The scrap iron. Okay.
Scrap iron.
The scrap iron.
Hmm.
I am experimenting with my bag of holding
It says wonderful.
and utensils on the table.
Roll a D22 or 42. Sorry.
E42. So action horror. 42. D42. 33.
Awesome. All right, yeah, as you are messing around with it, on the inside you see a gold ceremonial knife. It wasn't there when you first looked in the bag when you first got it.
Can I pull it out?
Yep.
Okay, can I pull it out?
It's the gold encrusted, just extremely amazing craftsmanship. It's like just absolutely amazing build quality. Definitely for ceremonial purposes, wouldn't be a great knife for much. I mean, getting stabbed is getting stabbed, but this isn't gonna be like a huge main weapon, and probably wouldn't last a super long time. But as something that's there for like an award ceremony or something, that's probably where this would be a part of.
You said this was like gold, right?
Gold, yeah, solid. It's not solid gold, but like gold and encrusted, kind of almost a redwood.
Ooh, this is... Gold is an excellent conductor. Alright, I'm going to keep experimenting with the bag, because if it can just produce... I put it off to the side, the knife off to the side, obviously. We should also probably find a table, so let's grab this table. I'm going to start to try to, like, see if it produces anything else, just randomly, if there's a pattern to it.
Mm-hmm.
There's not.
Are you just gonna be like staring inside of it? Are you gonna be like putting things in it? Or are you?
I'm putting in a candle, taking out a candle, putting in a small knife, taking out a knife, and seeing if anything happens. Like I'm trying to see if it somehow upgrades whatever is put into it. I'm trying to see if it maybe provides different items depending. Trying to get a feel for what it's like.
Okay. Yeah. Make a quick mind roll for that.
I'd love another explosion right now. No, that's still good. That's still good.
Well, it is a bag.
It is a bag.
It is a
and
bag.
It does hold.
Mm-hmm.
And it somehow mysteriously provided me a knife that is going to be amazing. So I'm just gonna keep this bag. This is a really nice bag. So if I put something in it, like if I like shovel a bunch of heavy stuff in it, does it still feel heavy?
Less heavy, but it does definitely feel heavier the more stuff you put in it. Less heavy than it would be just carrying it, though.
Does anything disappear randomly?
No, doesn't look like it, no.
All right.
And while you're doing that at the neighboring table, There's two people, an extremely large man individual, and this nice small raccoon. Just what would you guys be having right here in this tavern?
Would it be possible for me to describe my character first, potentially?
That would be a better idea. Yes.
All right.
Introduce your character.
Athel, you look over your right shoulder, and while you were talking with the salesman, you kind of heard like the hubbub of conversation. But as you've sat down and have a moment, you realize it wasn't really a hubbub of conversation so much as this conversation, and it wasn't really this conversation as much as it was this one guy. The wizened man before you, even though he's sitting, you can get the sense that if he stood up, he'd be about 6 feet 9 inches tall. Old and weathered white skin hangs taut and rough over sinuous muscles that ripple with might that would be the envy of youth that are half the elderly Jotun's age. He appears to be in his mid to late 60s. A burly black beard that has since turned gray and is spotted with white curls sprouts from his chin. But the triplet of dreadlocks that hang in a braid from the top of his head to the small of his back are still dark and somewhat rich in their tone. The old man wears a simple set of fur pauldrons connected by a chain of stone plates that weave together across his collarbone and back. And while at rest, it exposes almost the entirety of his scarred, worn, but heavily toned torso. But when he moves, and he is moving as he gesticulates in his argument or conversation, it's kind of hard to tell. The loose furs of the pauldrons and the kilt that is at his waist, which is also made out of furs, sweeps back and forth, effectively covering actually the majority of his form. The subtlety is apparent to you as a inventor. You realize that if this hunter, warrior, old man kind of deal was moving, he would be pretty well protected despite his apparent vulnerability, as the furs would move with him and cover him. In his calloused and gnarled hand off on the right, he holds a fearsome bow made of what appears to be bone, with pieces of wood wrapped around it at intervals for grip and hand protection. No bowstring is visible, but the bow remains fairly bent by use and time. In fact, as you look, you see that there aren't even any arrows on this person. Beneath the thick fur kilt and belt, the belt itself being lined with pouches and knives and other outdoor tools, he wears thick leather boots topped by fur and studded with the same stone that holds his pauldrons in place. And where the Jotun has stepped, you can kind of look following behind his chair. There are some noticeable scratch marks that remain in the floor and the rug. But most striking of all are the eyes of the Jotun, which are a keen and bold blue like the aftershock of lightning. Beneath a brow that seems to be in a permanently thoughtful frown, though right now it's in a little bit more of an aggressive frown, and bushy eyebrows, his eyes are pensive, musing, and intense. But when they are actively searching and moving around, they have a speed and alacrity that defies any suspicion of dullness or loss of vision brought on by age. Across each of his biceps are a ring of dark blue tattoos of old Jotun runes. And across his back is a black depiction of a roiling thunderstorm filled by lightning.
Sweet.
Kami,
Yeah,
would you
I'm
like to
just trying
introduce your character?
avoid talking to this person, who is obviously very intimidating.
Okami, would you like to introduce your character?
Yeah, so I didn't think of something creative like that, but he's so you see sitting across from this Jotun and very, very intently conversing with him is a probably smaller than average raccoon who is oddly enough not only dressed in plate mail and carry with a shield on his back and sword at his side, and you wonder if he can carry it all, but he is wearing garb of the city guard, not a warden, but just one of the local guards who helps keep the peace. he is standing up in his chair, as sitting would be. He wouldn't get his nose above the table, but even so, only about his head makes it above. He's small.
Smooth.
He's small.
Just small boy.
So what are you two talking about?
The man in the large man. I should have mentioned in his left hand he has kind of this tankard of maybe alcoholic, but it's hard to tell from the distance. He slams it onto the table. It's like, this is completely garbage. This whole place is nothing but safe and warm. I don't want to be warm anymore.
And yes, as soon as you are done with your stay here, you can go back to somewhere much colder, much more dangerous. But for now, remember, you can't just hit people no matter they're not all. Let me put it this way. Not everyone wants to start a fight with you. Yes, there are lots of mean
He
people
was
around here.
obviously
I
getting
know.
in my eyes. In my face.
That's really hard to do, actually, if you think about it. But
I know, it was impressive. It's why I thought this was good challenge.
And it would have been, except for this man does not. He wasn't mad at you as the situation. He clearly was upset about something else. Maybe he was having a bad day. He was not challenging you to a fight. Trust me, very few people would want to actually challenge you and your great physique to a fight. Does that make sense?
Listen, I walk down street. This man, he walks by. My shoulder hits his shoulder. He turns around, says, "Watch where you're going." Tell me, do you say such thing to man you do not wish to challenge?
No, I don't. I will consider the situation. I think about this.
Was it my fault his kid was smaller than my knees and I didn't see the child when I stepped on him?
Where's that Michael Scott meme?
Oh no.
Blowing in the background.
I have such amazing...
It was not your fault, but it was not his fault either. Therefore, there should have been no challenge issue. The situation was not challenging.
I had reflexes like great Volgor. I only mildly scratched top of child's head, and then I'm moving past him without stepping on him. I could have squashed his child like small June bug, but did I? No.
But the greatest warriors know when to turn down a fight. Isn't that true?
Well, this is not about warrior. This is simply he challenged me.
Well, yes, but you can set a great example for his child.
I would teach his child what happens when you have bad manners to those you are not ready to challenge.
And you are in every right to do so. But listen, it's less about whether or not it was a challenge and who around here would understand that was a challenge. People around here don't just always, sometimes they do, but they do not always start fights for just bumping into each other. And if someone were to start a fight with you and you were to fight back, you might get a whole bunch, the wardens might come down on you.
Yes, yes, pretty men in their white armor who never go out of city. I know of this. Well, some of them go out of city, but this is not point. Point is, when you challenge me, you challenge me. And this is not some ridiculous thing. But all the people in the city are just weak city folk. They come here and they have lowlander air sickness. Sea is too safe and warm here, so they get safe and warm, and they make safe and warm taverns where they have safe and warm drinks.
And
he
Iris
slams the cup back on the table again, and there's like a little bit of splintering on the table from where he slams it.
So Jude's looking at the splintered table for a second, just kind of blinks and is like, and I respect those beliefs that you're perfectly within your rights to, but see, I want you to be safe. I know you could fight the entire town, but I don't want an entire town trying to fight you. Does that make sense?
Can you imagine how long it would take for me to face entire city in single combat? Would take months.
I know, and that would be tiring. We wouldn't have time for drinks and
Perhaps we could do
food.
more than one at a time with toddlers. Yes, I could take multiple toddlers on at one time. This would make it go faster.
Actually, toddlers are very fierce. Have you considered the ferocity of multiple toddlers at once.
I mean, this was also a joke. I don't fight anybody who is underage.
What's of age?
Well, it's hard to tell with some species. See, I thought you were a toddler for longest time, but look,
That's
you are a grown man.
That's grown is a bit of a overstatement, but you know what? I accept it. I thank you very much.
It's hard to tell. You are soft and furry, like small child.
If anybody has been looking at Athel this time, like as he's been listening, at first it was like horror, but then there just is a light bulb that goes on in his head. He's like, oh wait, I can use this guy.
Gaslight, manipulate, girl boss. Let's go.
Not nearly as much manipulation as. So I hear that. I'm sorry to interrupt. Hi, my name's
More
Athel.
people interrupt me. Are you challenging me?
No, he's not interrupting. No, he's not interrupting.
Half the drink onto the floor as he does.
No, but I do know of something that might give you a challenge.
You look like
I
the
heard that
greatest
you were looking
challenge
for
you have
one.
ever faced is not being able to shave.
No. I'm not the challenge. I know of something.
Rod is interested by this. Speak.
Have you ever heard of a scrap iron?
Rod looks over at Jude.
Jude just
This
shrugs.
child speaks to me of simple metal forging. I don't understand.
No.
Blacksmithing
I
is a
think
challenge,
scrap-
yes, but not what I look for. Not what
I think it's a little bit.
The
more
scrap irons
detail.
are not a well, they are made of metal, but they are not a forging technique. They are a kind of seeming automaton. In other words, a metal thing that can walk and fight, and they seem to like to fight a lot.
Well, yes,
They're
of course.
pretty-
You see, I also would know, and he pulls out a knife from his belt. See, I would not fight with this, but it is made out of iron. Is good. When moves, it fights.
Yes,
puts
but
it
imagine
in
if
his
that
belt.
knife had legs and
Then
arms.
it wouldn't be a knife.
a
What kind of
head.
knife has legs?
Well, what I'm saying is that this is a knife with legs.
If a knife
think
stabs
Rod-
you when it has legs, is it stab or is it charge? I don't know. Is this wrestling?
I think Gerard, what he is talking about are I think these are called Iron Men or something like that, but literal people who are made out of iron from their heart to their skin. So,
People are not made out of metal. This is a ridiculous notion.
but these people are apparently. I've heard. I think so. Is that right, sir?
I'm not familiar with Iron Men. I mean, this thing is also composed of strips of leather and seeming some magic
Oh.
vines, and it seems to
Oh.
dissolve after it dies. But I'm not
gonna
actually sure if
roll
it
a
even
quick
dies.
Perception check.
I'm not sure if it died or if it just like teleported away piece by piece so that I could reassemble elsewhere.
Alright, that's an 8. Is that enough to notice for the would that be enough to notice the informant sitting next to Athel, out of curiosity?
I mean, is the informant trying to hide or anything, or is he
Hiding?
just sitting?
The informant is sitting down in his seat, slowly shrinking as Athel is not only just talking to a stranger, but he's talking to someone who has clearly described that, yes, he's not overt to violence, which I like violence. Starting a random fight in the street, not my thing. Starting a fight with this man, beyond not my thing. I'm like, this man can send me 20 feet under in about half a second. So I'm just like, I am here, I am listening, but I am somewhat secondhand embarrassment, somewhat fear. Very intimidated.
So does Drod see you or no? Are you like trying to hide from him a little bit?
I'd say I'm partially trying to hide. Not enough
All right,
that if
I'll
you
say
did
an 8
notice
then
me,
he doesn't notice you yet.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, never mind. Sorry, my passive perception is 11. He sees you. He kind of like freezes as he's talking to Athel, pauses, and his shoulders like suddenly hunch a little bit, and this old 60-year-old face turns and looks directly at you, informant. His eyes narrow and his jaw drops, and he's like, "You," and springs forward with enough force to like send the chair behind him flying backwards.
No, wait, what are we talking about?
Oh, what?
Oh,
Hey!
Went from sitting and like slightly crouching to scrambling to try to get under the table. But I definitely don't outspeed this. I'm just like, oh, and like try to duck to prevent anything bad from happening.
All right, Drod is going to grab your shoulders. Milo, is this like a nimbleness thing, or is this more of a might thing for like kind of like reaching out and grabbing him?
If you're trying to do it fast, it'd be nimbleness.
Yeah, he's kind of just trying to snag him. That's a 17.
Are you trying to resist that at all, informant?
The informant will probably try to resist it a little bit, yeah.
Can I like climb up
You can do a nimbleness check if you want to.
Drod and
try
like
avoid.
grab his face and look at mine and be like, no, he wasn't challenging you. This isn't. He said nothing.
Drod is over here.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he just scurries under the
Stupid
table,
beak.
just away. Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
skirt under the table and I like I'm like, what do you want with me?
You see like a hand put, like a huge hand, probably the size of your chest, rest on your seat, and then this wide-eyed face, which is about the size of your chest and upper body as well, slowly lower below the table to stare at you.
That's so creepy.
The informant has a gas mask on, but beneath it is terrified eyes. Like, at this point, I'm like, why did Foray grab the invisibility cloak? I could have used it right now. You piece of garbage. Fox, I'm gonna have a talk with you.
And Drod
like-
speaks almost under his breath. Look at little leather cutesy.
What?
Come here, is okay.
Sudden,
Here,
sudden.
here. And he kind of like gestures with his one hand. Don't worry, Drod will not harm you. Come here, little thing. Come here.
Jude just kind of sits back on
I'm
Drod's shoulder.
afraid that the
Confused.
informant
I
is
like started.
not a
I
little
start moving
thing.
forward just a little bit, like inch forward. I'm like.
Drod kind of
very
looks over his
concerned.
shoulder. Does your sweet little pet have a name?
His name is the informant, and he's not my pet.
You have terrible taste in names.
That was the name that was the name he gave me.
Here, little informant. Here. It's okay. I have. And he pulls. I have strong ale for you, and there's like barely anything left. He's like tossed his like the contents of the cup are halfway scattered between his original seat and where he is now.
Is hesitant, but at hearing that he's presumed a pet, the informant is like, "This is an opportunity. I am fine," and moves up closer, like into, like just close enough to like, you know, be friendly, but not like immediately grabbed. Though I am within grabbing distance.
Yeah, Drod is still sitting there kind of with his hand open, and the other hand now kind of has, he's kind of like leaning down on his knees. One hand has the ale, one hand is just open, like slowly gesturing you for his like, yes, this is it, come to Drod.
The informant accepts the proposition and trusts Drod enough. Actually, no, the informant's first going to do a mind check, seeing if I recognize Drod's race, if Drod's working for any gangs, if there's... I'm considering there might be a contract on my head right now because I forgot to pay that fine about breaking a window. And considering he's with a Lights Peak guard, it's a worthy development. So I'd first like to do a mind check.
Go ahead. I'm a Jotun. I'm a big old white dude.
Yep.
I
Little
have
snow.
nothing on me that affiliates me with any gang.
Good point. You know what? It's a low roll. I trust him completely. I'm like, you know what? I should be fine. And I like move up. I go forward to draw it. Yeah.
Strahd gently, and it's surprising actually how gentle he is and how much fine control he has over his hands. Just gently kind of like scoops you up in his hands and like picks you up like you're like a kitten or something. So you're like lying like a baby, like all four paws in the air and like him cradling you.
I react positively. At first, it's a little odd because
He tickles your belly a little bit.
All right, now I'm very much awed, and I'm like, this is weird. And
You say that out loud?
Hmm?
Do you say that out loud?
I'm like, no. I'm like, don't do that.
I think I've returned back from getting my drink. Hey.
I wouldn't recommend interrupting him. This man could crush both of our heads with just his fingers.
All right, I'll just sip my drink a bit and I'll sit down. I'm just holding back a laugh this entire time.
The informant being
Drod-
handled like a pet is a little concerned. It's like, just like, you can touch me, you can pet me. My belly is my belly. All right, the only thing that touches my belly is the food within.
Are you saying that out loud?
Yeah, I do speak it out loud.
Oh,
This is a firm
Drod
boundary.
like freezes for a second. You feel his whole arms tense. The ripples of his like forearm muscles underneath you, and he turns towards Athel. You have trained your pet so well.
I'm just gonna start just hollering at this point.
Drod is not paying attention to you. He turns to Athel, and like his finger stops petting the informant's body and starts reaching up towards the gas mask. Why is it covered like so? Is it hideously disfigured, small cute thing?
I don't know. I found him like that.
Drod starts trying to lift the mask. Like he's just
The
gently
mask-
grabbing the gas mask and lifting it up.
I am forcefully pushing the gas mask back down. I'm like,
Alright, well if you're
Mask
just doing that, I'm gonna roll my might.
Jot, no, he needs that. He needs that. Don't take it off.
That's a 12?
What did he roll?
He rolled a 12 and he got 22!
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure, that's fine. The mask comes off.
Oh,
What is seen
Beneath it.
beneath the mask?
No one has, and now I have to come up on the spot with what happened. Which I was not prepared for.
Even I haven't seen past my own mask.
Indeed. The face is hideously disfigured. Seemingly burnt on one side and some claw marks on the other. The informant, it would appear, has had either a rough childhood, a rough youth, or just a rough everything.
Oh, dang.
During his time before coming to Light's Peak. And
I don't know if anyone else can actually see this, in fairness, informant, because the way he's holding it right now, Athel would be looking at the top of your head, and eyes is hollering and blind.
He's losing.
This is blind. Good point.
That's fair.
Faulty thing. It's just
well, Jude's on Judge's shoulder.
Oh, you're on it. Yeah, no, never mind. You're looking at this.
Yeah.
Oh.
One eye, it would appear, is partially cloudy, as if it had suffered a major problem at some point in the past, though it doesn't seem that the informant is blind. It seems like it's still a functioning eye, albeit disfigured. And the informant is now very much trying to get his mask back on, and the terrified posture has resumed, as you have now seen what few people have seen that have lived.
Alright, Drod's still holding on to the mask.
Out
He's
of,
not letting
out
the
of
bullet
character. It looks like the informant is literally the raccoon version of Dominic.
Intriguing.
That's why they go to the same tailor.
They go to the same tailor.
Okay. Drod's going to freeze again when he sees this, and he looks slowly up at Athel. Do you abuse your pet?
Oh god.
I found him with the mask and everything else. And two, he's not a
Little
pet.
small thing that is horribly disfigured and much uglier than I had supposed. Is this true?
I nod. Like, at this point, I'm, like, covering my face, but I'm nodding. I'm just, scared.
Dred's like, shh. Oh, it's not picking up. Hold on, let me get closer to Mike. Shh. No, no, okay. Anyway, he is shushing quietly and just making little shush, 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 shush noises. And slowly lowers gas mask back on.
The informant has now seen fear, looked death straight in the face, and been told it's okay, and had his gas mask put back on him. Either Drod is going to die, or Drod is going to be a best friend. The informant hasn't decided yet, but is currently taking the moment to regain
Drod
his
strokes
posture.
the nose of the gas mask down to the little filter and taps it. He's okay, little one. Your horribly disfigured face is best disguised by strong leather. And he puts you back down on your seat and kind of sits behind you, or stands up behind you. No, you
Drod
said
is
you
now
had
best
something to
friend.
do because you are not very good at forging and you want to buy scrap iron because you are cheap, yes?
Not at all what I meant, but I do happen to know. Oh, hey, the fox is back. Or is it actually back?
Yeah, the fox is back. Foray's back. I don't know how
Speaking
Foray
of, we
necessarily
might have-
communicates things to you there, the informant, but Foray would have found that, yeah, the door to whatever door is locked. The only door that would be open is the one to the other dining hall and the ones that go upstairs to the different hotel rooms. And the other one
Apparently,
is just nice
it's
dining.
Okay, so Foray has not located the scrap iron.
No.
Okay.
I do know where it went, though.
In that case, I'm gonna. I look at Foray
What
and
are
I'm
you at
like,
picking locks?
I'm a raccoon. Picking locks is my speciality.
Fantastic, because we have a locked door that we need to get through.
I look at Foray. I nod. I'm like suddenly much calmer than I was previously with him, and I'm like I give him a small pet, and I'm like, good job, and I'm like,
Drod sees
You know-
his foray.
the informant pulls out a pistol and like holds it at Drod like a scared like.
Drod is not looking at
Don't
him.
hurt
He's
my
like,
friend."
oh my goodness, you're so much cuter than cute thing that turned out to be hideous.
The informant puts the pistol back away.
Hello, little fella. How are you? And he starts scratching Foray between the ears and kind of like back down to the scruff of his neck.
Foray loves this. Foray is like now Foray is very much a pet, and people are his favorite thing. So yeah.
Murder machine.
Quiet.
Outdoor.
I'm enjoying small things in life.
I pull out a piece of paper from me and I write down everything I know and I hand it off to Athel and I'm like, here you go. And I'm like, you know what? I'll come with you. I'll open that door. And I too will go with Athel.
What is Eyes wanting to do then?
Well, everyone's heading out
His
now,
eyes
right?
recovered from his laughing fit.
Yeah. I'm just gonna head out with them, I guess.
I would also then like to ask Jude. You specifically heard someone kind of be like, "How good are you at picking a lock?" A little bit earlier, I believe.
Quick question. How thick are these doors, and is there a slit underneath them?
I'm sorry. You mentioned picking locks.
I'm already out of the room, mate.
Oh, okay.
They
Sorry.
started walking. Yeah.
Sorry. Jude's a bit. He's still processing the fact that it is okay, and there's not about to be a raging giant in a small enclosed space.
While you're processing that, Drod looks up and sees that they've left and is like... He turns slowly to Jude. Does this mean that little fox is mine?
No, and I jump down and go after them.
As you're turning the corner,
Come on,
mine now.
come on. Then take him with it. Take him with you. Sure, come on.
All
right.
And he starts falling.
These would be some
as you turn the
standard-
corner, you would probably see Athel just kind of looking at the door, then dissolve into goo, go under the door.
There wouldn't be any slits. These are stone doors, which are decently standard, but like these are like a perfect fit. Like, you know, some dwarf had to have made this doorway, and it was like the pride of their week. Not quite like pride of their month, but they're like,
Why the heck does scrap iron have access to this kind of door?
it is locked. It does look like a regular.
Apple disappear into shadow nothingness.
Oh, there we go. Light.
If there wasn't a slit, no, you would not have.
Okay, never mind then. Yeah. Yellow, you have left small fox. Does this mean it is mine?
What are you all doing?
That's the informant, and where is he?
The informant is coming back. He just has to find his familiar, because I can drag the familiar.
A meaty hand clamps down on your shoulder, Athel, and spins you around, and you are about half an inch between your face and Drod's. His eyes stare blue and shockingly close to yours, wide-eyed.
I reflexively dissolve into shadow puddle.
Drod freezes. No! He looks around and he tries to like grab up the puddle and he freezes and he turns and looks at the informant. I'm so sorry I killed your master. This
I'm like,
was not supposed to happen.
It's
Crawl over to the stairs
okay, Trod.
before reforming. Fun? Please don't do that again.
I have a question for Milo.
I'm not dead.
Sorry, go.
Milo, this might help a little bit of what is going through Jude's mind right now. As a city guard, would you ever heard about this? About maybe some group of hooligans doing things?
Ooh,
or no?
at this part of the district, at this point in time, as a town guard in this district.
Just so you know if it's enough.
At most you would have heard about... Yeah, you probably would have heard about a ragtag group of random people. I don't know if you would be able to piece any descriptions together.
Yeah.
From just the people that you see here, but yeah.
It determines how much he's gonna go into guard mode.
Like, there's definitely a possibility that it fits some description. You wouldn't necessarily be like, it's this case exactly. But it's enough to be suspicious for sure, at the very least.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Because right now, Jude's has a lot for his little hands to handle. Someone is breaking into something, and he's a town guard, and that's his job to stop it. But he's also watching a giant Jotun who's got a pet person now, and meanwhile, the pet's former master has just dissolved in the black puddle, and
Probably. That's not horrifying.
Jude might need to breathe into a bag for a minute.
The black puddle wouldn't be too rare for a Jadis to randomly do. Definitely a little bit on the rare side, but it's like, oh, cool, that's just it's like a form of their teleportation.
Oh, would a coon know that?
Most people would know.
Okay, then never mind.
Especially if you're part of the City Watch, you should know that.
I mean, fair. That's actually a really good point. Thank you. As that a character.
Yeah, because there'd be other Jadis and stuff on the watch as well, so... Yeah. Other Jadis, I mean, yeah. Who you probably have coworkers that can do this.
So I was saying... Oh, no, so actually that would inform me. Then I turn to John and go, no. He didn't kill him. Jadis can do that. They can move about by turning into puddles. Realizing how bad it sounds, it's just...
Drod sits there for a second, with still shadow stains on his hand, and looks up.
The shadow stains would probably have moved off your hands to reform
He
on
looks
the...
down, the shadow stains are gone, and
There's-
looks back up and looks around. Is this why they need scrap iron?
What?
Maybe.
No?
Maybe. You know
Two?
what? Shh. Maybe, Drod. Well, how about we go with them and figure out, huh?
This is all very strange and mysterious. First cute thing turns out to be horrifying. Second, other cute thing comes and is now mine.
Well, welcome to the big city.
I've been in this city for longer than you have been alive.
Fair enough.
The world is
Next to
truly a
doubt.
strange and magical place. Who knows what we know? Who knows what we don't? Perhaps every day brings new mysteries to enjoy.
You got no idea how right you are.
Ah!
Anyway, informant, door.
Oh, you're alive! Oh, and there. Okay.
Oh, so you scare the heck out of me, dude. What the heck?
I needed to know you are legal owner of this pet, and this pet has this pet, and he.
I am not the legal owner of
Foray is still
anybody.
curled
The only
over his
legal owner
shoulder.
I am is of this
I am-
box
I am making faces and
and this
like,
bag.
and whispering
and
to my
clothes on my
teeth to
back.
Ethel right now. It's like, shh, be gentle. He's gonna...
How do I deselect Milo?
Click, left click off the token. If you're on like ruler or something, you can't do it. You have to be on like the.
Oh, never mind. I figured it out.
Yeah.
All right. I immediately am like, I turn to Drod and I'm like, sorry, I let you pet Foray, and if you come with us, I'm sure you'll have more opportunities. But as of now, he's still my pet.
You left him behind. This makes him legally my property. Isn't that right, little precious? And he like scratches Foray under the chin a little bit, and then moves it around to the scruff of the neck and back up to between the ears.
I'm rolling a 1d2. Number 2, it's pissed off at me and it's gonna not become your legal pet, but it will play into it. Number 1, it's loyal to me. 0, it's pissed off at me but doesn't want a new pet immediately. Or a new owner.
Drod, if I may help you a bit here, sometimes people
Fuck it.
leave their pet
Foray is sticking with you.
out.
Foray is claiming to now be yours.
You see,
The
there's
Okay.
a
little-
bond of love between me and
He's not
this
hurting
small
anybody.
fox. Would you stand
Informants
in
are-
the way of bond of love?
The informant's like, I'm hurt. You didn't need to do that to me, Foray. Alright? But that's okay. And I'm gonna get my lock picking tools. I'm just gonna start going at it, and I'd like to try and attempt to pick the lock.
Hey, what are you doing?
Make a.
Hey,
What would lockpicking? I think lockpicking might be mine, wouldn't it?
Mine is nimbleness. One of the things.
Find a nimbleness. Yeah.
Draw.
Could you go up and I guess fails to... Never mind. Nothing's gonna work against that.
Are you making a lockpicking check there, Dron?
Oh no, I
Sure.
was just seeing whether or not I was smart enough to realize what was happening. But I turn out am very smart and know exactly what's happening. Two meaty hands land on your shoulders, informant, and turn you around, and Drod lifts you up by the shoulders so you are eye to eye with him, which puts you about 4 or 5 feet off the ground. And he looks at you. And
Yeah.
says, Listen, I understand. It's hard to lose friend, especially small, cute, furry friend. But this does not mean we go stealing other people's things. You must challenge them by right to combat, and once you have beaten them bloody and unconscious, then you may take their stuff as right
Drod,
of conquest.
Drod, I will handle this. I will handle this. Thank
Fun?
you. Thank
We're
you.
not stealing anything. Hopefully.
Well, of
No,
course
bro.
not. That's why
Well,
we
I want to. I'm like, I like address Jod. I'm like, of course. Sorry, I was doing what my master told me, and I thought we were challenging the Scrap Iron, who currently owns this room, to a trial of combat.
Oh yes, you are right. I am. Forgive me. I forget that you are pet. He turns. He puts you down gently. Turns to Athel. Athel, 2 hands on your shoulders. Lift you about 1.5 feet off the ground. Eye to eye. Please.
Cool. While this is all happening, I'd like to sneakily open the lock.
It's in my hair.
Do I notice between Drod and the informant? Do I notice the informant while Drod?
I'm gonna actually, knowing that there's a guard there, I'm gonna get Lucian to just like mess around, distract a bit, distract you.
How would you like Lucian to distract?
He's just gonna like start screeching and just ram into your face.
Yeah,
Like
you just have a screeching crow, just going ah! Just as it like
Bashing
flies,
against the
just
plate mail.
and it's just like fluttering feathers and like wings just right in your face.
I pull up my shield and start like trying to block it. What did this bird come from?
Drod rolls a 9 to punch the bird that is currently attacking his friend.
Does he hit me?
Didn't you roll a check already there, informant? I rolled 1 for stealth to sneakily do this. And the second one's a nimbleness, just flat, but I'm not sure if my racial ability also would add to it.
What is your...
+6 to pickpocket and or steal things.
Yeah.
But that's mostly a stealth.
Yeah.
So
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not sure.
I'm gonna keep this locked because the back of the room. But yeah, you can you as you're kind of going through. It's a decently standard lock that a lot of houses and stuff would have, and you just hear like within seconds you just hear a click, and you're just like, I got it. Still, it's been a while, but you got it perfect.
Still get it. Did the people here attempt to open the door? Did Drod or Jude attempt to earlier?
There's a screaming crow.
I meant that as in, would I have seen them lean against the door? Because otherwise, I'm just going to make it seem like I fumbled through the door accidentally. Because then it's not illegal to enter if it was open already. I'm not breaking and entering.
I don't think anyone tried the door. It'd have like a doorknob and everything, so you'd have to still like twist or whatever to open it, but
Okay. Okay, well, in that case, I'm not going to try anything yet, but I'm going to be like, well, I'm like, excuse me, sorry. And I look at Lucian and Eyes, and I'm like, you know, I sign him to back off. All right, you know what, I don't even sign him. I'm like, Lucian, back off. He's a friend.
Lucian, like that one hit would have killed Lucian if you're trying to be lethal. That would have.
Trod doesn't know what non-lethal is.
He was like, angry bird! And then punched it. Like, full on. Pull back and pow.
Lucian is definitely fast enough that he could do a nimbleness check to try and dodge it. Which is just a meter beat for the 9.
Is Jude lucky enough not to get hit?
It depends when Drod is doing it.
Mostly the size of Jude.
Drod, when are you punching? Are you punching once it gets to Jude, or just when it starts screaming?
No, like the moment it like starts rushing at because Jude is on my shoulder, so it looks like it's coming at my face. So I'm like,
oh yeah, you're...
and then try to punch it.
Yeah, you're good.
I was gonna say Jude wasn't on your shoulder anymore because remember he jumped down and to leave the room earlier. Remember?
All right, fair. In
So
this
Jude's
case,
not-
you would be more like kicking or kneeing. Angry bird!
Punch Jude.
I think you'd probably be okay with because it'd be immediately, and the bird would have to go past Drod to get to you.
Because Jude has very good nimbleness, but he's also being attacked by a bird who's distracted.
Yeah, this is true.
And can I notice that the door is now open?
Oh yeah.
And just goop my way inside. The door hasn't been opened.
It hasn't been opened yet.
Yeah, I'm
out
like-
of curiosity, real quick, Milo. Should my
over to the
unarmed
door.
attack not have the bonus of my strength modifier or my might modifier to hit, or is it just a d20 always on to hit?
With how unarmed is set up right now, it is just a d20 to hit. Yeah.
Just a flat d20. Okay.
Your damage
If
scares
you're
me.
doing your other stuff, you can just straight do that if you wanted. But
Oh well, he wouldn't have like cast any spells or anything. It's a bird.
It's a bird. It wouldn't have cast spells. You just punch it out of the air like a G.
Bird.
He stole the
It's
bird.
angry bird.
Oh god.
all right, are you guys then going to be heading through the door just real quick, like opening it up now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I'll-
back away from the lock, and I'm like, well, if it would please you guys, I mean, it only counts. Sorry, it only counts as breaking and entering if and robbery if we had to open if we had to do anything. Clearly, things been happening, and I mean, did anyone check the door? Because we could be allowed to go in here.
No.
I'm like, you seriously didn't check the door, Ethel? And I'm gonna back away.
I saw that it was scrap iron. It was a solid dwarven door. I presume that anyone sane would lock it.
What's the door made out of, Milo?
Stone.
This is not scrap iron. This is stone.
No. You know what? I'll point out what the scrap iron is when we get to it. Okay?
I'm getting totally.
Strahd is now distracted again by the bird that's still attacking his friend.
Okay, Lucian. I'm just gonna wave. Sorry. My bird gets antsy every once in a while.
You should really
Okay.
take care of your pets more. If you don't show good care, then sometimes they are violent.
It's true. He's a
And
very.
sometimes
strange-
they leave you. Yeah, it hurts.
This
Hurts
is only
real
when
bad.
they find more worthy owner. No offense, but you are small and hideous, and it is no surprise that you would not want to be around something so physically unattractive.
Doors aren't open.
Yeah.
Wow, and the informant's not just stung by this words, but is bordering on ready to just de-summon Foray for a little bit. He's this close.
Strahd
Hey.
does kneel down, though, and put a hand on his shoulder of the informant's shoulder. Now listen. Pets, they are difficult. They are not like us. They do not see with eyes that pierce the outside. Because what matters not is what is on outside. What matters most, and he taps on the chest, is what is inside. So
Wise
hopefully you're
words.
not as hideous on the inside as you are on the outside, because that would be very bad.
I'm like, we're not gonna find that one out, now are we? And I crank open the door and I'm like, what? It's open? Amazing! And I leave.
Judah's not terribly happy, but he is not seeing broken laws yet, so he is going to just follow. With Drod, assuming Drod is going.
Strahd is petting the fox and following at this point.
Okay.
This is more interesting than what we were doing earlier.
That's fair enough. And he's not attacking anybody yet, so Judah's mostly okay.
Yeah.
I am the angry bird.
I'm gonna send Lucian out. In front of us.
It's extremely dark.
Oh no. Lucian cannot see in the dark.
Wait,
He
it's
turns on
dark.
his heat vision. He turns on his heat vision. Does he see anything?
It looks like there's just the walls. It looks like a bunch of tight hallways. There's some doors in places, and kind of like the statues next to you. There's some statues there. It also looks like there may be some remodeling or something, because there's like small bits of stone debris. It looks like it looks like a darker stone than the walls, or sorry, a lighter stone than the walls, but it looks like a similar kind of stone at least. And there's bits of wood chips in it though. And it just looks like there's a couple piles around, like the ones like right next to you here.
Interesting.
Mhm.
He's gonna see if he can go down a bit. Does he see anything like any warm cores down this corridor?
Any what?
Like, does he see any like the cores, like scrap irons?
No, he doesn't. Why don't you have... You should have some amount of vision.
I think it's because I'm selected on eyes. Okay, I can see there.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Should be able to see that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
While it's dark, the informant is going to first look for a light switch.
It doesn't look like there's any by these doors, at least.
Okay. And he's going to look at Foray. He's going to be like, do you have those, can I... I'm like, and I kneel to get even closer to him, and I'm like, I know Drod here's treating you well. Better than I ever could. But
You are, by the way,
don't-
talking up to a 6'9" 6'9"
Oh, are you cradling the fox?
Yeah, the fox is
With
on
Foray?
my shoulder, and I am like petting him there.
I'm like, good man. Can I at least have the googly eyes? I want to see what they do.
What the?
And
Well, get
and
up.
Foray's gonna look down to me, and taking this as a sign of victory, thinking he's won, he like immediately hands them to me, and I'm like, and I then try to look at them, and I'm like, I try to see if I can look through the Google Eye to increase my vision.
As you're looking through it, you start hearing noises specifically from it. It feels
Great.
like it's almost like a third ear. And you're here. It looks like you're hearing through all of them. There's like probably a jar of maybe like 7 of them.
A jar of what?
7 of them in total.
7 of
the googling eyes, the eyes of googling.
Oh, and I'm like, interesting. And I'm like, never mind. And I hand them back to 4A. I'm like, these won't help us here. You can hold on to them. And 4A, once again, is just going to be glad to hold on to it. He's a hoarder. He doesn't like letting go of things. So getting it given to him, instantly has it. He's holding on.
What would be the equivalent of discipline in this game, Milo?
In what sense?
Discipline
well,
is a
Foray
skill.
is running up and down Drod multiple times, and Drod wears almost no clothing, so this is probably ticklish.
Up to your discretion.
Let's call this physical discipline. We're good. Drod stoically allows the small fox to rip up and down his body to grab and take back the googly eyes.
Amazing.
Tiny little pokers of blood that appear on him where the little claws have to dig in order to go up and down.
That sounds like 4A.
Well, Lucian's
Hey,
back.
Lucy?
You didn't see any. There weren't any scrap irons down this direction. I can't point. Why can I not point? I forgot what the point
Click and
thing
hold.
was.
Just hold right click or left click.
There was he didn't see anything alive down that direction. Mind you, you can only see. You can't see that well, but it didn't seem like it was down that way. Do you want me to check the other way, or should we see?
Well, yeah.
Hey, question for Milo.
Yeah.
It's a dark room, right?
Yes.
How exactly does Shade Hop work with dark rooms?
You hop into the shadow, and it's like you get into a clown car.
Unlimited
But
possibility.
I mean, like, with a very shadowy room, can I just, like, jump around the room?
I believe it's specifically for people shadows.
Yeah, Shade Hop
It
is
does
for
say
people
people
shadows, but your teleport should be able to let you still move around as
This is
shadowy
this is
essence.
true.
Up beneath a person within their shadow and remain inside of it. It's
I was
specifically
just
with a
thinking
person, yeah.
that I'd have to upgrade that to allow for
Well, you have your
this
shadow
is
melt,
shadow. This is true.
which is also
Shadow
you
melt,
just literally,
people shadow.
which the shadow walk is, you may melt into shadows and move up to 15 spaces. Well, I guess 15 would be in combat, but yeah, you can melt into whichever shadows, anyways.
I'm just gonna like we've already investigated that side, right?
No, we
no,
investigated this side here.
I can send Lucian down that side. if I could grab the right thing.
Have we gone through this door?
That's the door we entered from, I assume.
No, you're right by the door you entered
No.
from right here. That's the door. This
I'm gonna goop
this
over
door is
to this
another
door.
open door. Yeah, there's a little bit of a light there, and there's nothing but a mirror.
I'm gonna continue gooping on past. This is a locked door.
Yeah, this is a locked door.
You just gonna like be popping
There's-
in and out, testing
there's
doors.
there's a lot of spider
suspicious activity.
What are you guys are doing this as Ethel is just walking down this hall now? Are you following him or are you staying still?
Yeah, I'm going to follow him.
Gonna
I don't
poke
think
my
I-
head in this door.
I'd like while you're following him, Eyes, I would like you to make a perception check.
All right.
That
is.
Yep.
Please roll well.
It's one of the few things. It's not the worst.
You hear a very calming whisper coming from this room as you pass it with the mirror.
Okay, I'm gonna try the door.
Yeah, it's already wide open.
Oh,
It's just
okay,
an
I'm
open
going
doorway.
in.
There's not even like well, there is a door, but immediately as you go in and see the mirror, you see your reflection. Lucian does not.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna ask it. Who are you? 'Cause that's the only thing I could figure out. You're not one of the elves. Is that it? Like, can I expect this mirror for something?
You just as soon as you say elves, you just hear just this faintest whisper of just foolish thieves, and that's it. It just kind of whispers out. It doesn't seem to respond to other stuff you said.
Foolish thieves. Okay, I'm just gonna
roll 1d8.
1d8. Okay, let me see if I can find it.
While he rolls that, how long have they just left? Like it's been like seconds since they left?
Yes. All right. With that, where is it? On this. I guess I'll say it on the meta level. Lucian gains 4 charges.
4 charges.
4 charges.
Like max or just for now?
For now, like I don't know if we discussed a max, but yeah, you're storing 4 now.
Okay.
He kind of shudders in kind of like that good way where you have like a satisfying shiver kind of thing. Feeling somewhat more comfortable and peaceful.
Oh, wow. I have no clue. I'm just gonna slink out. It's concerning, but I'm not too smart for this. We're trying to find Apple.
All right, and then you keep walking. And then you were wanting to do stuff, Rod?
I was just going to say if everybody like leaves, he's gonna look at Jude and be like, I believe we have to. Oh wait, no, Jude's already gone too. Never mind.
No, I'm
Drod is
still
all
here.
Alone.
No, the informant is here.
Drod doesn't care. Drod's gonna. Drod's gonna look at the informant and then look at Foray and like remember that Foray got the informant something. He's like, little sweet fox, do you have something that will light on fire and make nice bright light?
His inventory has tons of ek in it. I don't know if it has torches.
Oh no,
Jude
I'm not
hear
asking
this?
for torches. I'm asking for anything that can be lit on fire and produce light.
Well, hold on. Give me a second. I gotta. Something broke.
Jude
Something broke
hears
hard. Oh, never mind. We're good.
talking about lighting things on fire, and he comes back over. He's like, "Yo, what's going on?"
Well, it's simple. It's dark, and I don't like dark unless it is nighttime. But it's not nighttime, so it makes no sense for it to be dark, so I will light something on fire to give myself light.
Well, I'm sure they have torches or candles around here. You can just light anything on fire, you know.
Drod is gonna make a perception check. Are there any torches or anything around?
Where there would normally be like sconces and little light fixtures on most walls of places, just with the little crystals inside, which you can just like tap to turn on. There's nothing. These walls are bare.
Where's the light coming from then? That there is.
There is no light.
There's no light. Oh,
Just us seeing in the dark.
The only light that you can kind of see is coming from like this one room up here and from the doorway behind you.
do raccoons have night vision?
No.
I mean, I would assume they do. No.
They have normal vision.
Guys,
You guys
is
go
it
to Athel's?
normal for hotels to have what looks like a ritual sacrifice spot in the back?
What?
Well, this is good. It seems that the hotel has room for, religious practice.
This is not good. Where are you?
Little Fox,
Jude,
do
you
have
just
anything
ran down the
for-
wrong way.
Left. Yep.
Sorry.
I took the left passage, third door.
Yes, no,
Down.
it's that way. Drod is still looking at Little Fox to see if he produces anything flammable.
This way.
Fox
you
wouldn't.
see me?
Little Fox only has an invisibility cloak, which maybe is flammable, but he ain't letting go of that. And he has a pouch containing a bunch of ek. And he has some potions.
This door. Here.
I don't think any of them are flammable, and or he's willing to part with to be
It
flammable.
just seems like suspicious as heck.
Okay, literally. Does Foray give Drod anything?
Foray does not have anything to give.
All right, so
Unless
Foray
you
just
want a
shakes his
potion
head
to
at
make
him this
fire.
way?
Yeah, Foray shakes his head. He ain't letting go of none of his stuff.
You have nothing. Nothing at all. I will take literally anything.
Is
Why
game
is
paused
time
for y'all?
paused?
Okay. it is.
Yes. This
Just
is why
so-
I'm nervous.
Wait, you'll take literally anything? Even
Literally.
potions?
Right.
Like it's
Then we
Drod
should
has
let Milo
said
talk.
literally anything and is now waiting to see if
Cool.
he gets something.
Foray is going to give you a chicken summoning potion. To summon a large chicken.
It says it right
Drod
there on the
looks at
label.
it. Yeah. Drod doesn't bother reading the label. What's the label made out of?
It would be paper.
Drod lifts up the potion, takes his split and
Excellent.
steel, and lights the label on fire. As he carries this burning potion to light his way down the hall.
Roll just a flat d20.
D20.
How badly will
I
this
believe
go?
he has
Will we
bonus
summon an
to,
on the
like,
fire
survival
chicken?
skills stuff, but I don't know.
This is not a survival skill. This is a completely separate. Just what even
You lit a
happens.
potion on fire, Dylan.
Yep.
That's fair.
Specifically one that summons a life form.
Oh, time is paused. That's why I can't move anything. Okay. There we go. Roll 1d20. 5.
Okay,
Summon a fire chicken.
we're okay.
Hang on again.
Sounds
Milo, why
badass
was
to
time
me.
paused?
That was
Yeah,
just
why
so
is that
that the people that were doing stuff while you were going up there could do their
Okay.
thing, because they were doing that as you guys were walking down the hall. So it's just
Okay. Yeah.
for that to catch up.
He puts... He sparks against the thing. What happens?
The label lights. It seems to be just with all like the ink and the glue. It does seem to be burning slowly. It gives a little bit of a soft light.
Excellent. Lead school.
So, I never did get your name. Sorry. My name's Ethel. Nice to meet you. And this is suspicious as heck, right?
Yes, I am Jude, and what in the name Wait, Mila, how many gods are there?
With the caretakers, a lot. If there's a Greek god that exists, if it is literally a mythological figure that exists,
What in
There's probably
Hades
some.
is this? And you go to investigate.
I
'cause
have
Jesus Christ.
no flipping clue.
Athel, behind you is approaching a giant 6'9" man in the dark. You probably can't see much of him. There's just this little glow as he appears to be holding a
I would
potion.
like
or
I
something
would like
strange
to
in his
shade
hand.
hop into Jude's shadow.
Under lit, you just see this beard and this massive form and like deadpan stare, and there's no eyes, just the
No,
eyebrows.
I
lit
just
up from
just
beneath.
like go sprint and I just jump into his shadow. Just nope.
And you were coming too, yeah.
I can't make my characters.
Are these candles lit?
Or what?
Are these candles lit?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
These are not candles. These are just like stone inlays.
Are they glowing? Is
There's
anything
a-
actually?
There is a soft glow, yeah.
Oh,
John
yeah,
sees
that's
something
not
glowing,
good.
He's like, "Oh, this is much better," and he just drops the potion.
There is suddenly. Let me go download a chicken.
A large chicken in the middle of the sacrificing ring.
What?
How convenient.
And because of the state of things,
You tell me to roll initiative against a chicken.
you wouldn't download a chicken. There we go.
I will.
There's just a fried chicken now beside you.
Oh, Drod is not concerned by this. It's a cooked chicken.
It's a cooked chicken. It smells really good.
Never mind. One hand, he's eating that chicken, while the other hand is prying up one of the things that's glowing so he can hold it.
Awesome.
I cannot.
It looks like it's like the kind of altar itself. It's kind of stone slated. Looks like it goes. The floorboards were around the stone. And there's a cactus growing out of the middle, with skulls or some kind of growth that looks like skulls growing out of the cactus. There's also just a barrel of water and what looks like just a large amount of rubble in the corner, the other corner.
So Jude
I would like to loot the corner that has a bunch of rubble and see if I can find anything of value, especially towards the designs that I have commissioned for Ethel to work on.
It's literally rocks. It's just a pile of rocks.
Interesting.
All right. Can I roll a mind check to see if anything in my education has anything
I
like this?
will tell you, Nat 20 would be required, for both you and Jude if you guys wanted to roll.
No, Jude's not gonna know like this. He's a town guard. He's a guard, but he's not very high up on the food chain. So he's gonna look up to them and go like, "Do you know anything about this?"
For the first time in my life, except for when I found a scrap iron, I have no idea what the heck this thing is.
Would I know of any religious cults?
There's definitely a fair amount of cults. There's like there's a fair amount of cults, but none of them would look like use this kind of architecture, I guess you could say.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Jude's running things through his head. He wants to go question the proprietor of this place, but doesn't think that's a good idea right now. And
I'd rather not end up getting sacrificed to the cow plant.
remind me why you all are here.
There was a scrap iron, which is basically as disturbing as this thing, except made out of metal and bits of leather. I don't know where the leather comes from. I don't want to know where the leather comes from, and some really creepy orange spines.
Could it be connected to this at all?
Possibly. Is there anything like similar about it, Milo? Like orange glow,
Creepy
Here,
let me
growth?
Let me
Lines.
make your vision 0 right now. Can you see the light?
Which light?
The light
Like
here.
the glow?
Yeah.
I can see it.
Cool. That's what you'd be seeing.
I know. I could see it.
Yeah,
I haven't had any difficulty seeing it.
Yeah, the soft little flickering light.
Yeah, that's I don't know.
Jude is going to do what any rational person. Oh wait, you were role playing? I am so sorry. So you're replying about something.
It is a freaky thing. And add that to the list of freaky things that are probably in these back rooms.
The informant is gonna take a look at the cactus in the center there and try to identify what type of plant it is, besides just cactus.
Do you know what? There wouldn't be much to know about cactuses nowadays. A lot of them would have been in the blight and entirely corrupted, and a lot of the ones that came would have come with like the Fervahar or the cactus people that I forget how to pronounce but have an impossible to pronounce name anyways. The Gyoi, I think, are them. Yeah, they it doesn't look like any cactus you'd be familiar with. It's obviously a cactus of some kind though.
Okay.
But there's some unique properties to it that are just, like the skulls growing out of it.
Oh. Interesting.
Something.
I'm like, hey, based on my knowledge of cactuses, drowning them is possible, correct?
Like any plant, yes.
Wonderful. I'm like, this is concerning. I walk over, I'm like, I'm going to presume someone spoke up about the water being in the corner, correct?
I mean, you can also see it just fine.
It's just there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to try to grab one of the cactus-like plants. Not grabbing the plant itself, but like a pot or something. And drop it in the water.
Make a roll as you touch the cactus.
Oh.
Specifically a heart roll. Okay.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, it started lighting up. That's not good.
Yeah, you
now.
you can kind of, especially because you have leather gloves and all that. You can safely take a bit of a chunk of the cactus out.
I'm just gonna drop it in the water. I'm gonna walk it over.
There's a little bloop as it kind of goes and it floats.
I didn't expect it to float. This is tragic. I'd like to grab one of the skull bones. Actually, no. Hold on. I'm going to take... Do I have anything on me that I could possibly use to push it under the water?
You need my extendo stick? I take out to the extendo stick. Just try to shove it. So I imagine that helps.
Yeah, I'll use... Or if you're using the extendo stick, drown it. Let it die.
Yeah. No,
Hey, Milo.
Yep.
While they're doing that, something that the informant said clicked in Jude's mind, so he's going to run and go check other rooms, okay?
The other rooms, yep. Yeah, what your token, what you can see as your tokens moving around is what you see.
Mm-hmm.
What happens
as you're
cactus?
just drowning it, not much is really happening. Seems relatively like it's like when you submerge a plant, like it's just a submerged plant. It's not like it's getting soggy or randomly boiling or anything. It's just a part of a cactus underwater.
I'm like, hey, Trot, could you light cactus on fire?
He is in.
Oh, sorry.
He is AFK.
Dylan totally left, right?
He is
All right,
AFK.
let other
temporarily.
things happen. I'm also going to quickly go AFK to boil some water.
Amazing water thing. All right.
I mean, I could set it on fire.
This is true. As that is happening, Jude, you're looking around.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Okay. So this
Are you
is,
finding all the creepy stuff?
that's a mild way of putting it. I'm trying to figure out what to do besides ask the DM. What the heck? I want to do an investigation check, but I think this person's pretty darn dead. Is there anything in the room? Okay, I'm gonna stand here. Is there anything? I'm gonna roll an investigation.
Do I have to
Alright.
roll something to get one of these stones out of one of the things that's glowing out of the altar?
Let's see.
You definitely need to roll a might check. They're very well wedged in there. Yeah, mind for investigation.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a 19.
Yeah, you can just fingers go right around it. It just plinks out.
Was that your roll?
Yeah,
or
the
mine?
first roll is the only
That
one
was
that
his.
counts, but if
Your roll hasn't. So for you, there's the dice beside the stat, right? That you can click to roll.
The what?
If you're in your character sheet on Foundry.
Give you a second. I am breaking things. Besides the stat, mind. There we go. That's mind, Kevin.
Yeah, there we go. 8.
Oh, so 20.
Yeah, well, there's a dead guy on the bed, and there's a lot of coins and gems around, and chests and things. There's also specifically, and I would like to very much remind you that like 90% of bears at least are sentient people that would be like your neighbor and stuff. And there's a bear rug carpet on the ground.
He quickly steps off that as he realizes. What? By the 6 and some. I don't know how many gods there are.
A lot.
I'm gonna leave it starting it on fire until we're about ready to head out.
Okay, so Jude's gonna just go back out and just keep wondering what else might be around here. Can you go in through here?
You'd have to open. It's a lock. That door seems to be locked.
I'm noticing a pattern of cow skulls. I don't like it.
And
Yeah, and as you walk through that door, you just see a bunch of bubbling green liquid. It is entirely opaque. There is no seeing past the surface level, but it's boiling.
scent check.
Yeah, make a mind check.
Mind again.
You smell just like how an empty hardwood room would smell. Just maybe a little bit of dust, but nothing really much. Maybe a little bit of like the sealant.
Heck?
You wouldn't happen to have anything you could spare to drop in, would you?
And there, Ethel, as you round the corner, you also see a giant child's doll in a hay bed. Yeah, you guys, like, as you're kind of, like, still there, you just start hearing people just go, what the? Are you, like, very much a lot more surprise.
Well,
I have so many questions.
It's a doll, you said?
It's a child's doll. Yeah.
Just, it's doll the size of a flippin' bear.
I rolled a 31 on my stealth check. Apple, from behind you, you suddenly feel looming over your shoulder a 6'9" individual with holding one of the glowing stones from a ritual and a voice that appears out of nowhere and is like, "Yolo, I found glowing rock, and this will be
Oh
good for
shoot!
lighting things."
And I just completely dissolve.
there you are.
And then I reform. Dude! Not in the creepy place!
Oh, look! And he drops the stone and starts ripping up the bed. And actually no, how big is the doll?
The doll would be
Bigger than you.
here. Where is the ruler? And considering the scale of this, I would
2.2
say like
meters is just bare. It's around my size, actually, is what
yeah, it'd be around like 6 to or yeah, closer to 7 feet. Yeah.
This will make much better torch. Any is the bed made out of wood at all?
No, it's literally
It's
just
made
hay
out
on
of
the
hay.
ground. It's literally just hay.
Hey?
As you're kind of reaching down to go to kind of pick it up, it seems like your general surroundings light up a little bit more to like a
Don't
normal-ish amount.
touch.
Oh,
Don't
thank
touch
you.
it.
This is much easier for me to do this now. And he is gonna just reach down and grab a handful of the hay.
The informant would like to take a stealth check to try and hide from any impending doom.
Yep.
I would like to hop in the informant's shadow before he does so.
I'll take out my bow just in case.
Was that a sound or a reaction?
Oh, that was me. That was me
Okay.
being in horror.
I'm like, I
Of
was like,
Drod just being like, yes, the lights are turning on as I approach this object. Nothing is going wrong.
if it was Milo, I had to. It's like, okay, prepare.
No,
does
I'm
the,
just hiding.
does the
doing
guard
the
have any way to
informant's shadow.
communicate over distance, Milo?
No.
Okay, so it's just Jude. Okay.
It's just Jude with dawning horror.
Like the state of radio that would exist is like, oh hey, let me go get a radio, and then you know like the giant TV cabinets from like the 90s that are like they fall on you and
yeah.
it crushes your house.
Yeah.
That's like the size of like a normal to smaller radio.
I was thinking more magical, but that works too. So,
Well, they are magical.
I mean, fair. But so, point is, Jude does not have one on.
No,
Jude is on his own.
very much, yeah.
So he's that awkward moment when you find something that is in over your pay grade, and probably authority.
You
but
can't call
just
anybody.
Well, you can't just leave because A, there's this band of hooligans. B, there's Drod. C, there's a band of hooligans with Drod, and D, crime scene potentially.
So, did anything happen?
Nothing out of the ordinary seems to be happening as you're messing with the bed and just kind of going around in this.
Interesting. I will.
That heresy, brother.
Can I take some of the straw of the bed, Milo, and just kind of dip it into one of the vats of whatever, just to see what happens?
Yes. Make a nimbleness check.
A nimbleness check. Ooh. I should have a good. Wait, where's my nimbleness? 4. I thought it was plus. Nope, that is right. So plus 4.
Nice.
Nice.
Really is 23?
As your hand gets closer to the goo, as you're kind of doing it, it kind of bubbles. And one of the bubbles kind of doesn't pop and just kind of keeps kind of going up to meet the hay and your hand. And you're able to kind of pull it away as it kind of just absorbs the hand. And as you see it do that, the hay just starts burning.
Strahd is currently braiding hay into a torch.
Okay. Nobody touched the green stuff. So Jude's gonna come back out to the dead guy. Someone else can do stuff for a minute.
Also go to the dead guy. I'd like to investigate the body and the spear and everything else there.
And then you're just remaining. Are you remaining in his shadow, in the informant's shadow there, Ethel?
I would have gone out once I realized there was nothing to like immediately jump out at us. But I would like to see if I could pick the lock.
What's
make a mind roll.
Crafting check?
Mind.
All right. 12.
Yep, you can, especially with your survival bonuses and all that. Like you can make a torch easy.
Yep.
It's
And then
normal.
at the end,
Would-
I'm looking at it, and I'm like, if I light hay on fire, it will burn down too quickly. And he turns slowly to look at the doll. I have a solution. And he walks over and he takes his hands, he grabs the doll by the head, grabs it by the neck, twists, and takes the doll's head off and puts it on top of the torch.
Oh.
Well, no one's gonna stop him. No
I am
one's in
very
there.
glad that I'm looking at this door and not over in that direction. Um,
Yeah,
a
that would
question:
be a.
would I be able to make a tinker check
Yeah, it'd be a
to
tinker
mess with
check.
the lock?
Yep.
Right, I have to hit the star.
14.
In the background, Gerard
Yep.
stands up and lights it on fire.
You can swing it open there.
Oh,
And
sweet.
Athel, as you turn to tell everybody that the
I'm
door's open,
I'm not turning.
Yeah,
I'm not
immediately as
turning.
you do
I've
exit
heard
though.
the sounds. I've heard the sounds coming from Drod. I don't want to know.
Immediately as you exit, you just see about like 3 statues just pointing, pretty much, yeah, just a little ominously in the amount of light that there is.
there's also now a lot more light because Drod is walking behind Athel with the torch, which has a flaming doll head on top of hay.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I'm not looking.
I have provided great amounts of light.
Yes, thank you.
This is excellent. It burns very well.
What's this room I'm in? Or do we go to the other group first?
This one just kind of looks like a normal bedroom with just some books in it. Seems very nice and clean. Almost safe and warm too. And yeah, now to the other group. As you guys kind of walk in to this nice guy study. Here's the question, Foreman. Bears or people? You're on a people rug right now. How do you feel about that?
Oh, sorry. I feel like I'm investigating a murder.
Okay.
And that, to me, is driving me forward. I'm like, the bear is a person, and that is a part of the scene, but at this point in time, the man on the bed next to the skull is intriguing me, and I am small. Not as small as Jude, but I too would need to, like, kind of climb over things to be able to stand up, so that the bear is not really collateral damage, but collateral damage. Like, once I've gotten a good view of everything and such, I'll step off his body, and we'll say the informant will remember that when talking to the Safe and Warm employees shortly.
Milo? Can I check for 2 things?
Yes.
One, first off, check. I want to check.
He's not breathing, by
tell-
the way.
I know. I kind of figured that one. How long he's been dead. So is that mind?
Yep.
Mind. And then after that, I want to check if I can gather anything from his position. Wow.
This looks like a weirdly fresh skeleton in terms of how the bones are preserved, but there's not any bit of flesh or smell that would indicate that would indicate that it was recent. It was like it was just everything was taken off the bones like a day ago at most.
Okay.
Would be kind of the general vibe that you'd get from this from what you know.
And he didn't die by just lying here. He probably didn't die. Alright, then the next check is, can I go between him or her, I guess, between it, the cow skull, and the spear on the bed, is there anything I can gather that might give me a clue as to what is...
I mean, the way that you'd see it is the way that you'd see it. The spear doesn't look like it's dirty at all. The cow skull looks like it's one of the ones just straight off from the cactus. And that's it's like he put down this. It almost looks like he put down the spear and just hopped on the bed, kind of thing. Like he's still like sitting like posed. He's not like crumpled necessarily either. He's just he's like sitting like knees up. Yep.
Jude has decided to... The floor here is also made out of...
It is, yes. All right,
The
eyes.
floor there is made out of floor.
You're walking
I'm a
around.
sport.
Are you doing anything specifically, or just looking?
I'm just wondering. I was wondering what's this. Is this a door?
Yep, that's a door there.
Hmm. I can't really get through it. I'm going to find an informant.
Wait, where's John? Oh dear.
Rod is currently standing behind Athel and he's looking around. Is it just books and stuff in here?
You guys would have to take a. I mean, like from what you can see without a further check, just cursory look. Yeah, it just looks like books and stuff on the.
All right,
wall.
Rod turns around and with his scary doll. Oh, the door is closed.
Yeah, the door is entirely locked.
But
Yeah, Athel, why would you close door behind us?
Rod, I have a question for you. When was I behind you?
Do you turn around and look at Drod at any point here?
No.
Drod kind of like looks at door and is like, "Well, I did not close door, so it must have been you."
Or you know this place is weird, or the door is challenging you.
Can doors challenge me?
Well, it's in your way, is it not?
Drod looks at the door and then puts the flaming doll head against the door.
Oh, it's one way.
Yeah, you're just kind of like smudging a cigarette against the door.
The doll head is the size. It's like a decent burning fire at this point.
Yeah.
Like this is
Oh,
a
yeah.
fire hazard scariness.
Yes, I'm aware.
All right. Okay. It's just not setting the door on fire.
No.
Drod puts the torch down and leans it against the bookcase so it doesn't fall over.
The books erupt in flames.
I actually hold on. Let me go ahead and make a quick mind check to see. Yes, that is exactly what he does. And now he is going to kick the door.
Yeah, make a might check. You kick the door. You just kind of stub your toe against it, not painfully, but just like enough that's like an uncomfortable stub. And it doesn't budge. It does creak a little bit, but not
Can
much.
I request that Athel now do a perception check to see if the smoke filling the room from the burning books alerts him to anything?
You really want? Did you set the books on fire?
Well, you haven't looked at them yet, so you don't know. But I will describe the scene if you see it.
Well, he would be able to hear just the amount of fire.
I would like to pick the lock, please.
Yep, make a tinker check there.
You're right. This door is challenging.
Yeah, you go right through that door. Just you open it up and just.
Let me the heck out of this room, please.
Drod is kicking the door again. That's a 29.
Doesn't budge.
What's in blazing?
Wait, why is it a 29?
He's going to continuously be kicking this door.
How do you have an additional 6 on the there's 2 rolls, that's why.
Yeah, no, the second rule is not real. It was only the first roll.
It's a fake roll. Cool. Yeah, it's not really budging. It's creaking slightly, but not much. It's a really sturdy door.
He is going to cast Nuxicles.
Okay.
And punch it again.
Cool.
Yep.
It opens up. And by opens up, I mean entirely implodes and just pops
I have
open.
bested this door. He reaches down to pick up the torch from where it's on the ground.
The bookshelf is
Yes.
just in cinders.
Door.
Yeah, no, that's fine. He just picks up the torch
Hmm.
and then starts going to follow Athel.
Does Jude hear this? Along with the part of
Yeah. You would hear just a door
yay!
explode, and then you'd hear, Athel just go, "Oh!"
okay, he's running. He's running. What's going on? What did you?
To be clear,
Ew.
at this point,
I
when you run down
opened the
hall,
door.
you see his Drod standing right behind Athel with a flaming doll head on a stack of hay, and Drod just turns to look at you, and the head of the doll kind of like creaks off to one side and stares at you at the same time as Drod turns. He's like, "Yo, we have discovered something.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, not that guy, but oh my bright light!
Yes, the torch is very effective.
Jude
What the
investigates.
heck?
Ugh.
Jude can no longer investigate, and the door is closed in his face.
What? Oh.
Door keeps closing.
Oh, wait, the performance AFK.
Another dead body. And what is that a... My brain
Looks
is
like
telling
a
me...
globe.
Oh, a weird puppy dog head.
Are those all candles?
They are currently lit too.
Oh.
Rod just tosses the torch off to like probably that side right there, and then just picks up a candle.
Oh, dear.
There we go. This is smaller light, less likely to catch things on fire.
Does the torch do anything?
Where did you throw it?
Oh, I just threw it like over off to the side here.
It contributes to the fire. It's melting the candles beneath it.
Yeah, he picked up a candle then on his right side and is just kind of like holding it to look around.
On one of the ones with the candlestick, or are you just like having like melted wax drip into your hand?
No, he probably would have grabbed the candelabra.
Okay.
All
just
right.
just want to check.
And
Just take a call again.
What's the candelabra made out of?
Just some cheap metal.
Okay. He picks it up and then brings it over to like put it in front of Athel, and he gestures to it. Look, I found scrap iron.
That's not a scrap iron. Plus, that's actually still usable.
No, look, this
has
is
to be
cheap
around
metal.
here
You can
somewhere.
tell by quality of craftsmanship here.
Oh yeah, it's cheap. I'm not arguing you there.
Yes,
But,
repurposed scrap iron. You must reduce, reuse, and recycle. It's good for city.
Wasn't exactly what I was talking about.
Listen, Durant has done all these things for you. Look at the beautiful torch, and it's now just like the melting face of the doll off to the side. I make these for you.
This would be like a fabric doll.
Yeah. Dor challenges me. I beat Dor in challenge for your sake. Now I find you scrap iron. I feel like you are not very grateful to Drod for all these things.
Oh, I am very grateful, but it's not exactly what I was talking about when I say scrap iron. It's hard to describe. I wish I had an image of it, but it's not that. Meaning it's got to be around here somewhere. Came through here. Didn't have time to leave. That's a lot of small beds. That's concerning.
These would be like shoe size.
What the heck?
Except for you,
comes over
Drod. This
bringing
is like
candelabra.
this isn't even like shoe size for Drod. This is like a microphone size, maybe. Like you can just hold one in your hand.
All right. He just kind of walks into the room, and he's just kind of like stepping and crushing them as he walks in. Well, I see nothing of interest in here.
Take a bed.
Milo, and Jude roll to see if there's anything of interest in here.
There's a corpse and a giant globe. Globes are not really a thing. Maps are like flat and like part of a continent, and most of them have been lost. The only ones that really exist
round
are
earthers again.
Yeah. Which is actually funny because this world is not a round planet.
Flat earthers were right, just in the wrong place.
Exactly. Yeah, so beside, like, this corpse is, like, tightly bundled. Like, this is, like when you visit, like, the, what is the police person that does autopsy?
The morgue?
Mortician?
Yeah, that person that works with the guards. This would be, like, the same style that they would do that. A very, like, medical scientific way of wrapping a body.
Can I open it up to check the face?
Yep.
Do I make a roll for that or no? Do I just do it?
No. Yeah, you can just do it as you unwrap it. There's a couple just basic knots and stuff. Some fabric that you're unwrapping. The fabric seems to have a kind of waxy almost feel to it. Not any that would like leave any residue on your hands, but just kind of enough that you know that it's for waterproofing and stuff in case there's any, things. As you open it, there is not a corpse. It's just a bunch of weird orange liquid.
What?
It almost looks it looks almost like the texture of gelatin that hasn't quite set. It's like thick, like definitely thick liquid, but it's just kind of sloshing around a little bit.
I sniff it.
Okay.
Make a heart check. Thank you. As you sniff it, it smells a little bitter, I guess. Nothing terribly out of the ordinary.
I got that with a 2.
It smells a little wet.
The floor here is also made out of.
It's definitely unusual. It has almost a bit of a rotted smell to it. And like as you're opening it, it seems to be losing its color.
Oh.
Not by much, just kind of paling a little bit as time is going on. The seconds are ticking.
Is the interesting. So I kind of just maybe cover it back up.
Yeah, you could try to tie it. That I would say requires a mind check.
Oh.
Or nimbleness, I guess, for fingers and trying to make it tight would also work.
That makes more sense. Let's go. Nimbleness is a.
Yeah,
9.
you do a good enough job.
Okay.
It's not the same, but it's sealed again.
Okay. What do you do when you're the guard watching over a giant again and a crime scene and you can't talk to your superiors? Word to them. You there. Wait, the informant isn't there. Wait, where is everyone?
Everyone's kind of splitting up slowly as you're kind of like investigating. You kind of look up and people aren't there.
Okay.
You kind of look up and see eyes and Drod kind of passing by.
Oh,
Drod is now back with you. He's just holding the candelabra menacingly in the door, quietly.
Drod, are you okay?
I'll admit this was a lot more exciting before we already looked at everything.
That's how it usually goes. Okay. Also, I want to say you freaked me out for a second. I forgot that one of our party members is named Eyes. So you said you look up and see eyes looking at you. I was like, what? Excuse me? That guy. Okay. Actually, do you know what? I'm gonna say, okay. You all stay here. Don't cause any trouble, and don't threaten the big guy. Milo, can I go back to wherever the front desk is? I would like to ask because I want to get to where I can ask.
Definitely.
Who the heck is staying out here? So yeah, you can eat me.
Yeah. As you walk, this is the door you guys came in on. Feel free to open it.
Oh, okay. I open the door.
It is locked.
Of course it is. Wait, actually, I have a really good. Okay, no, he can jump. I was gonna say, can he reach the door handle? That's not the thing, though. He's figured this out by now. He's an adult.
That is a good question. How do door handles work when there's 2 feet tall people and 8 foot tall people that are equally as? How would accessibility work? There's probably
It's
like
just those
3
really
door
big
handles.
bars. You know, like those big old bars on like
Yeah,
The
shop
vertical
entries and
ones.
stuff. Yeah, so it's just one big old bar that you can
Just
like open and close.
one big old bar that has like a little squeeze thing on it to like unlatch it. That makes sense. Cool.
Or just multiple doorknobs. Anyway, okay. I was like, did one of you lock the door behind us?
No,
No.
they do that.
They do that.
Yeah, one locked on me and Draw just recently.
Yes, the door
broke it.
challenged me, but fortunately my strength overcame it.
You would
Good
not
on you.
overcome this one too, would you?
Is door challenging me?
Well, it's saying you can't leave right now, even if you wanted to.
I don't wish to leave right now. I think there is other room over here that I have not explored.
Fine. All right. We'll go check out the room.
This is fascinating. Look at all these little wiry things.
I thought you just said you were bored. What wiry thing? So he goes into. What do we see?
I wanna
John walks
say
up to one of the
drilling
wiry
equipment.
things and starts twanging it like a guitar string.
Close the door on me.
Yeah,
now.
it twangs real nicely.
Nope,
I did not
I
close
closed
it.
the door on me. I closed the door on
I'm
me.
just gonna keep holding the door open just so that it doesn't do anything.
Thank you. What do we see?
You see just several layers of, very, very, like industrial style rope, likely made by the Glade Runners, considering the level of durability. Just from twanging on it there, Drod, you can tell just the amount of tension and weight that these are bound by in some way or another, and it seems perfectly sturdy in every way. The wheel here, on the one below you, is slowly turning, and the one behind you is making some weird kind of noises. You can't quite see what's moving, but yeah, they're doing something. Athel, you'd probably be able to tell that the one below here has something to do with moving liquid.
My confusion is constant, and my concern is growing. Because we have now explored every room, yet once again, a scrap iron has just disappeared into thin flippin' air, unless it's under the bear rug.
Let's see.
Let's step on the bear.
I'm gonna go see if it's under the bear rug.
Actually, this is not true. I saw it very briefly.
Wait. Whoa. He's coming to. Keep up. A little legs.
What a suspicious
Also, at
one.
this point, the informant has been looking for causes of death and inspecting the chests.
Yep. It's a whole lot of gold. Pretty much that's it. The bear rug looks almost like it's perfectly fine. There's like beside it being, a bear rug.
Is it a high quality bear rug?
Yes, very well made.
Drod slings it over his shoulders so that the head is over his head.
That's unnerving.
This would
Like,
definitely end up dragging on the ground a bit.
That's a big bear.
It requires tailoring, but is good and well-made leathers.
Bunch of.
that,
I look over at Jude. Is
Jude's
he
not in there.
place like this? Oh no.
Sorry,
I'm
just in a different room.
I would say,
I'm
Drod,
sure-
for you as well, this wouldn't be like putting an animal pelt on you. This would be like if you skinned a Jotun and put it on you. That would kind of be how it would feel.
Is it? I thought in the old world bears wore bear fur. I
Some did,
distinctly remember that.
some did, but since then, there's been less and less.
Probably a cultural thing too.
Since the Blight, there's been less and less wild bears, and most people don't know that there's wild bears that have ever existed.
I'm just gonna walk out slowly.
Speaking
I
of
feel like,
bear
I feel like
thing,
Drod still has memories of those times, though. whether they're his or vague and vacuous things. But I'll make a mind check. If it's over 20, then he knows what it culturally means these days. If it's over 10, he knows what it means. If it's 10 or under, he thinks of it in the old way.
Sorry, I just got back. What
He
happened?
thinks of it in the old way, and then so.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
a
that's a
nat
one.
Let's go ahead and
Add it to the
that
counter.
counter.
Sorry,
That's
what's been
13,
happening?
ladies and gentlemen.
Drod is wearing the people now. The person hide.
Also,
the bear
is there
hide, okay,
anything
okay.
under the rug?
Nothing. It's just more hardwood.
What?
They also
heck?
found this weird room with a corpse.
Just leave me.
But and then you've been looking around here. All of this is just Ek. There's some gems over here and a couple really nice rugs. But yeah, even in the chests, it's like almost entirely Ek. And like there's no cause of death or anything that you could really see. Everything.
Does he have
either
any
looks-
Ek on his person?
Who?
The Skelly
The
man.
corpse.
The skeleton is entirely clean. There's nothing on him at all. It is literally just
Like-
bones.
The informant is going to skeptically would like to make an insight check to see if the Ek is trapped.
Yep, for sure.
Drod picks up the spear on the bed and starts examining it.
It's okay.
Very drawn thing to do.
It's an okay spear.
Yeah, I've seen Beata. Puts it back on the bed.
Yeah, all appears to be fine.
Jude is going to check the last room he has not checked.
Yeah, as you walk in,
I want to start looking around for hidden entrances because this is weird.
yeah,
Once again,
you
a
can make check
scrap
for that.
iron walks in here and then doesn't walk out,
This
and
is
there's
the
nothing.
This is the most normal room you've seen here. It's just like some books, the bed. There's a bookshelf and cinders
I have
in
a
the
quick
corner.
question:
Though,
would
but that
my
looks like it was
passive
recent.
perception have picked up anything before I actively rolled?
Out of everything, the only wall that is different is this orange wall.
George Wall?
It's more of an
that
orangey
orange wall.
sandstone than the rest of everything.
Oh.
Yeah, this bookshelf and
There are
cinders has
cracks?
bits of the doll's hair in it. Very much you can assume that Drod put the
put
doll
two
head
and two,
against
yeah.
it.
May I ask where 4A is right now?
That is a good question.
Where's 4A?
The fox.
I assume Jod was holding.
There you go.
Yeah, Drod just has Foray hanging out on his shoulders.
And Drod's
Although
currently in
Foray
the
may
room.
well have just ditched due to all the horrifying things that Drod has done.
He's used to horrifying things happening.
Or he
Uh,
may be nestled
what was
up nice
that?
and cozy underneath a bearskin, hanging out with just his face poking out over Drod's shoulder.
What is Eyes doing right now?
I am just wandering, seeing if anything sparks my heat vision. Lucian's heat vision. Anything in any.
the only
anything
thing
running.
the only thing that has is the candles.
Okay.
Everything else is exactly the same temperature.
I'm gonna start poking at this here wall. Everything else has been square, except for this room. Got a
GM.
rounded wall.
GM.
Yep.
Can you flip a coin to determine if Foray would be happy sitting on a shoulder under a people skin, or if he wants to? We
Not
haven't
really.
decided outcomes yet.
1 is normally bad, and 2 is normally
Okay.
fine. Or positive.
Cool. He's not happy with it. He jumps down. He's going to actually start picking the Ek off the chests.
They're just adding it to it. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, roll 5d100.
Oh shoot, we're about to get paid.
It's 5.
That's 500 maximum.
Well,
but
hold
still.
on.
Yeah, I know.
5d100.
Roll 5.
Oh,
So
sorry.
Dylan, that's your
give me a
luck.
second.
There's the D100s in the game. If you just there you go.
Yep, through what?
308.
That's not bad.
Is that how much is getting added to 4A's stash?
Yep. Yeah, as you're kind of picking at this wall, it is a completely different build quality, architecture style than the rest of every wall. It's still like bricks, and it looks like they tried to like kind of patch and connect it, but it do be suspicious.
Can I make a crafter check to identify the weakest portion of the wall?
Yep. 16. Any of the places where you kind of see it bending, it doesn't seem like those were laid in quite that well.
No, I have it somewhere.
What was that, Prince?
We could try breaking down that wall. If it looks too
I
suspicious.
apparently don't have it, or at least I don't have it there with me, but I'm pretty sure I still have a what is it? A Junis revolver.
You should have one. Yes.
Yes. Do you not have it
Can
on?
I just like crack like just put a shot into the wall?
Let me get that for you because you should have that.
I'm just gonna make sure that it's not gonna ricochet and hit me. I'll just
There you go.
hide
You should have it now.
behind it. Just
Inventory, Junis revolver. 22.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Well, you hit the wall. Good job.
You hit the wall and it definitely like just pops a hole right through. It seems fairly brittle.
oh,
Sweet.
I hate
Yeah, this
gunshots.
is a fake wall.
Drod, Challenger, that wall, it's fake. It's lying to us.
I feel like you all misunderstand the concept of challenge. It's not like this simple thing. There is reason, there is tradition.
would you mind just
There's
like
the fact that we would like you to please open up this wall.
I mean,
Consider it a
open
gift
up
for
this
your new
wall is
friends.
easy. He walks over and just like smashes it with his just does Sparta kick it.
Make a
Sometimes all
make a
you gotta
check,
do is
yeah.
that.
Yeah, with the 12, just in that, yeah, you like, especially with that hole, it just like, here, let me peel back. Ooh. Let me just do that. This kind of just topples down.
Well. Would you
No,
look
it's
at
called
that?
trapdoor. It's not well. If it was well, there would be water.
he's right.
It gotta be like that, man.
Uh-huh.
Got a trap door, which would mean that's where the scrap iron went.
I'm just gonna.
Drod opens the trapdoor.
All right, you guys see a ladder going down into what kind of looks like a stone basement. It looks somewhat lit.
Ethel, would you? Actually, no. I don't think he even knows Ethel's name. Excuse me, small blue man.
Yeah.
Could
The
you
name's
hold on to
Ethel?
This candle for time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Take the candle.
This allows me to have both hands. And then he cups his hands to his mouth, and turns to look down the ladder. Hello! Do you have any scrap iron to allow us to borrow for this man to practice poor blacksmithing?
Now, how many of us are doing a damage check to
You hear a slight echo. So you hear like hello, and you just hear hello, and then the entire thing back.
Drod,
I'm
do
gonna
you
send
think they're
down the-
saying hello back to you?
No, I know what echo is. I'm not stupid.
I had to check.
That stands to be proven.
See if there's any glowing cores or anything living down there. Anything with heat.
Are you sending Lucian or just looking at down the ladder, like fully down, or?
I'll send Lucian fully down. I'll grab onto Athel.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. I have an excellent idea. Drod is gonna go back.
Well, Lucian's already gone. It's too late.
Here you go.
This is
Did I properly pull you to the scene here?
Wait, is that your board?
We have not been moved.
I'm doing specifically just the prints here.
Rod grabs the spear.
Is it loading? There we
It's yeah. I just don't have vision.
Why don't you have vision? Oh, I see. I see. There you go.
Okay. Just gonna go down until he sees anything sketchy.
I guess, yeah, was it Jude would go on too, because he's like,
Barrels.
Um,
Well, he wouldn't really see the barrels because it's all the same.
if
You
you're
just-
still using your heat vision, then yeah.
Yeah. I'm still using the heat vision.
You would
I'll
see
follow
something
this
very
route.
warm directly above you if you're still in the tunnel.
Wait.
nani?
Because as you guys get out of the way, Drod comes running back with the spear that was on the bed, and on the spear is the torso of the doll, and the whole thing is on fire, and he's like, "Ooh, yeah!" and throws the spear down the hole to light the hole.
Jude's
Okay.
already down there, so he's gonna freak out and jump back.
The heck?
Drod does not look down the hole before he throws it.
Seems like a deck save to me.
I'm glad that I decided to go after you.
Make
Or
a
actually,
quick
passive
check
perception of 11.
for
Is that
Lucien.
enough to... Is passive
Oh, what?
perception of 11 enough to stop me from hitting anybody down there?
1 second.
No.
Make a quick check for Lucien there.
Lucy, what am I rolling? His perception?
Nimbleness.
Mine?
Mind or
Nimble.
nimbleness though specifically. 11.
14.
Ooh, why did that not actually roll?
I'm scared.
Let me figure out why this didn't roll real quick.
Well, he doesn't really see much about the cores. Frick.
Let's try that. That's not working either. What? Okay. So that checks out, that checks out. That... let's do... that. And see if that works, because this might be used a little bit more, so might as well try and fix it. That's not working.
My confusion is immense.
Why? I am also very confused too. Because I don't see any difference between this and other things that should work. And it is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, this is like the same. I'm getting way too focused on this. Here, let me just... this would be... I can do this real quick. Some... S2. And then... There we go. Never mind. What? That is not proper, but yeah, Lucien just got shot. And is going to just immediately dispel. You just immediately lose vision.
The
you
Russian
saw,
bot has both a name and a gun.
and you would be immediately hearing a
Gunshot.
you'd be hearing a gunshot. Here, let's see if
Well, my sword and shield.
He murdered my bird. And I'm going to run down there the best I can because I can only see. Actually,
Holy cow, this lad!
ah!
Here, I will do. You guys would also. Ooh, that is not.
I'm just sprinting. Like, I'm taking out my bow. I can't use any of my magic. Wait, can I use. Do I have the charges? Are the charges still stored in my pendant or are they stored in Lucian?
Peeking around.
Both.
Okay.
I
So I
see
can
a
still
being.
use my blessings. But, like, the things that are specifically Lucian's abilities I can't use.
I see a being way over here in my line of sight.
This mother.
Athol, you would definitely. Well, I guess all of you would immediately hear just like the quite loud sounds of kind of like when like a portcullis or some other big mechanical parts is just chuk 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 chuk. You just like really hear that, and then just stone starting to slide, and then nothing.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna keep on sprinting. Do I see that red dot from the boy who murdered my bird?
Wait, person. I don't know your name.
I'm not waiting.
I know, but it's in character.
You kind of hear a
What's this?
general.
I
Let me.
Would you have informed us that that Lucian went down?
Yeah, I said that.
Holy.
It's not something we'll do silently.
What?
And I also said my bird got married. I'm
Then
about
I would
to
like to be stealthing while we're around here. I want to be sneaking around.
the second I can get within like 20 meters of him, I will like pull. I'll take out my bow and actually my bow's gonna be out already. I'll just have an arrow notch and just shoot.
Yeah, you can kind of continue to look around as you see fit.
Do I see the red any red glowing thing?
You see a bit of an orange glow in this direction, but it's definitely
Okay.
quickly fading.
Okay, I'm gonna keep on sprinting towards it.
Ooh, sunlight.
Make a nimbleness check at disadvantage.
Oh yeah, I'm really good at those. Actually, I am.
Oh, awesome.
17.
Yeah, you kind of get to like roughly around here, and then you kind of like notice that there's stuff around you. So you can either keep sprinting if you want, or start slowing down.
Do I have like any inkling? Like, is the orange
It's gone.
glow? It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone. Like, even if I get closer, I wouldn't see anything.
Yeah, it just seems like it seems like there's just nothing now. Your normal blind self.
Okay, well, I'll slow down then. I lost him.
I come up beside him.
Maybe like yell. What am I looking at here?
It's just it just various fruits.
What the heck?
This seems like a very, very normal cellar to you. And the informant and Drod, if you guys are coming down at all, because you're the informant, you're coming down and stealthing, or are you staying up there and stealthing?
I would be coming down and stealth.
Oh, this ain't normal.
Yeah, you can move around too, then, of course.
This is a thing.
I see gears. This is a mechanical. This is a construct. This is some serious advanced stuff.
Was I still able to see through Lucian before he got miffed?
Yeah, you would have seen like right before, until right before he got killed.
It was a scrap iron. I don't know where it went, but
We're going this way, right?
Yeah.
I can only imagine that it's this thing right here that activated in order to get away. So, oh hey, look, suspiciously kind of growth, kind of like what usually grows on the scrap irons.
Uh,
We're on the right trail.
I'm trying to think of a reply.
well,
It's okay if you're speechless.
I'm just mad. I take also I gotta take out a walking stick because I can't see anything anymore. Mm.
After all, I look at dude, and I'm like, after all, most people in your situation would probably think we were crazy.
I am thinking a great many things right now. Do you know how to work this mechanism?
Oh, I mean, it looks pretty simple enough. Should just be a piece of moving things around. But literally, I
Out
mean,
of
like,
curiosity, at
just
this point,
just
how
this.
long has Drod been standing at the top with a spear and flaming things?
Uh, probably like 5 minutes, maybe.
Alright, he probably wouldn't have waited 5 minutes. He probably would have gotten there, and then once he realized everyone was going down, he'd have started climbing down with the flaming thing in his hand.
Yep. This is like like you know on like ships that kind of
Yeah.
the thing that the anchor goes on, or that you kind of like
Raises the anchor.
yeah. It's yeah, a round kind of pulley
Did
thing.
you say heave ho?
No.
Be perfectly fine.
Drod is going to be
We
inspecting
should
one of
probably get
these
Drod.
big old barrels.
God, we could use your muscles.
Yeah, make a
We're all
a
too
bunch-
weak.
7.
Baby barrels.
They're very interesting barrels.
They have that spout at the end. He turns on the spout.
Are you doing that for all of them?
He's just doing it for this one first.
Jones us all.
Yeah, it turns on normal. Fine. There's some kind of wine under it. White wine specifically.
He takes a sip of the wine. What does he think?
Kind of just standard wine, kind of a bit on the cheaper side, but yeah.
Moves on to the next one.
Some green wine. This one's pretty good if you taste
Did
it.
you turn it off?
Not terrible. Nope, he doesn't turn off any of them. He goes to the next one.
This one doesn't, and nothing comes out.
Wait. He's
He
letting
goes to the
alcohol
next one.
flow
Some
while
ale.
holding fire. Okay.
Not bad.
I'm going to
Actually,
quickly
no,
go
no,
shut them off.
Drod is pretty polite. At this point, nothing has attacked him or anything, so he thinks this is somebody else's, so he's closing it. He's trying this one.
Okay.
Hey, the informant. If you're going there, roll for initiative.
Whoa.
Cool. I'm also stealthed with a 31. They can't see me yet. Or at least I'd prefer that not to be the case.
They're like
But it's
yeah, they
Is there
okay.
passive perception?
Not high enough, but they are already on guard. Yeah, they don't see you. You're kind of like, yeah, you're just peeking around the corner then. You definitely would immediately know if you go anywhere further beyond just peeking around. They would probably see you though.
what are they?
They look like living barrels. Like there's like flesh around like their face, but then the rest of it looks like it just morphs seamlessly into a barrel. There's legs that kind of end up turning more into orange tendrils.
Cool. I'm gonna send Foray to find Ethel and get the rest of the crew to be aware that there's moving barrels. And I'm gonna get ready to well, worst things come to worst, blast some barrels open and shoot them with some blades. But I am going to try and like hide around the corner and just wait for them. More so.
Yeah. And then Ethel, what was everyone else doing?
I don't know anything's wrong yet, so I guess nothing.
I was trying to get Draw to help with the turret or the thing.
Yeah, I was just waiting for them to come back with grog.
Cool. Foray has made it over to Ethel and is now nipping at your toes and gesturing to where the informant is, as the informant is hiding behind a wall with 2 pistols in hand and a blade on his wrist, ready to go.
We might have problem.
And then Foray is going to go to his actual friend, Drod, to get Drod as well.
What's in this barrel?
What kind of problem?
It's just more
Judging
more
by
normal
the
drink.
fact that the informant
Standard
has his
drinks,
gun out, I'm
Alright,
gonna
moves on to
say
the
the
next
violent kind of problem.
He's just going
kind of
down the line and
a sweet
he's
sugary
gonna
drink,
go-
that one.
And then he goes down to the next one.
More of the
You
same.
don't have to narrate all of these. He's gonna go all the way to the bottom of this line, and then he's gonna casually walk up all the way to the start of the other line and start tasting all of it.
Yeah, it's more of the same.
This will take him a hot minute though, because he's just going along it casually.
Okay, Foray is now run up to you and is nipping at your toes.
Not what I meant to do.
Nope. Small fox. Listen, I understand you are overcome with affection for me, but
Rod, there might be something we need to fight.
oh my goodness.
I fixed it.
Do you say that loud enough that Drod hears you from way the heck downtown?
Where is Drod?
Drod is all the here. This marker, that's where Drod is right now.
I mean, it's a stone. It's a stone.
Rod. That's something that might involve violence. On in?
Interesting. He moves on, and he's like as he drinks the next from the next one.
Yeah, just various sweet and alcoholic drinks of different kinds.
All right.
Yeah, and what is
Looks like we're gonna have
And
to
what
wait
do
for Drod to finish his drink. So where is it? On this corner?
Foray is going to move over and stop you from going past the corner.
Yeah, I'm not going past the corner. I'm not that dumb. All right.
Well-
Anything I got that can work. We have lots of alcohol and we have fire starting.
His eyes
And
just
we
kind
have
of staying
barrels.
there while he's
Well,
Well,
yes, no
we
one's
have a
left
minute.
anything. Everyone just left the room. Eyes is under the premise that they're Athel went to get grog so they can do the gear thing.
Ice. I'm
Yeah.
actually you're blind right now. There's something down here in the basement with us. I'm planning to use the barrels full of alcohol to hopefully just roll a barrel down where they are and then basically just set them all on fire. So we're going to be a hot minute.
All right.
GM,
I'm gonna
I will ask
proceed
that you
to
inform me
fill
at what
up
point Drod
one-
is done drinking.
Yep.
I'm going to proceed
You could
to
probably
attempt
just-
to fill one of these barrels with
Probably
alcohol, and then I'm
At about
going
this
to
point?
basically
Alright.
make the world's largest Molotov cocktail.
All three of these
Drod
are
goes-
filled with pickles.
Pickles flammable.
No.
Drod
I
goes
will
over to Jude.
dump out the pickles.
Hmm.
I will fill it up with alcohol. I will seal the barrel.
That'll probably end up
I
taking a
will
while.
prep it to burn. Yeah, better
Yeah.
take a while than to get absolutely murked by whatever's around the corner.
Drod, are you
Meanwhile,
going
Drod-
gung-ho?
Drod goes to Jude. Yellow, I was told that violence was happening, but I believe that you explicitly told me that that's something that we don't do.
Sorry, I was distracted. It's okay in certain situations. They are dangerous and what exactly are we looking at? Then I try to peek around.
Make a stealth check.
Make a stealth check.
Which would be nimbleness.
No fail.
Nimbleness.
Oh,
Plus 4 is 8.
Yeah, you can see the living barrels, and they immediately see you, and this one just starts kind of just like chomping and like at you, and kind of just immediately going like, oh wait, potential threat, and starts doing a you know when it's like a really fat dog and it's like trying to run, it's kind of doing that kind of thing where it's like stubby legs, but it's like it's still very scary because it's very like large clashing teeth. It is definitely just a barrel with like a fleshy, like it still looks like wood, but it looks fleshy at the same time. It's just slobbering as well as it's galloping towards you.
Is Jude just like looking around the corner in a way? Well, actually, he rolled an 8, so that means Draw could see him the whole time. He just sees Jude look around the corner.
Yep.
What is going on?
Jude's backed up. Be like, as
you are asking what is
nice
going
forward.
on, I would like everyone to
There
roll
we
for
go.
initiative.
Roll initiative.
There it is.
As I probably hear Jude's terrifying scream, I bang my head against the barrel of the drum that I'm currently filling. I'm just
Where's
like,
initiative.
lie.
Correction. Terrified scream.
Wait, I think I did.
Yes.
This is not.
What do we roll
Does
for
initiative just
Just a 20?
nimbleness?
There should be an initiative, like, roller.
There should be.
Word.
Should be and are two different things.
Oh,
this
yeah, no, it's assigned
set
stats
up?
effect. Okay, I am toggling combat, and...
You're already toggled on for combat, so you toggle.
Alright, perfect. So then where's the,
Is the fist. If you go to the fist, then you should be able to roll the dice. Yeah, that's working. Cool.
the fist? Oh, the fist. I see
Yeah,
the fist.
click your fist. If you already rolled, I had to click something to reset something, so you don't
Oh,
have to roll again.
sweet! I got a 22!
Nice. Let me grab.
Get a 22 on initiative. What are you
He
adding?
has a +3 in nimbleness.
Yeah,
I have a
nimbleness.
+5 in nimbleness.
Did yours get added?
Mine didn't get added. I don't believe.
Let me take a look
Looking
at
at
you.
yours, yes, it did. You rolled a 2
cool.
and got a +5.
Oh,
Nice.
gosh. I'm so sad.
Here's the thing I'm looking for. Cool. I have lost all of my links, it seems. I haven't actually lost them. I just...
Why are there so many barrels? Why are they
Cool.
all here?
The sound of silence.
It's the sound.
There we go.
Silence.
Alright, and then...
Cracker barrel gone wrong.
These are not rolling properly.
Well, no, they have legs.
Oh no.
Also true. Ha ha ha.
what is this music?
4A can also roll. This is a bardcore version of Giorno's theme.
That's why I recognize it.
Alright, I'm just gonna roll a d20. It is not rolling properly for some reason. And I rolled a 4.
4.
4A also didn't roll properly.
Roll a d or a nimbleness check then. With whatever 4A is 13. Cool. Update combatant 13. Cool. All right, Athol, you're up first, and you've emptied the pickles. You have an empty barrel right now. That's your status.
How long would it take me in rounds to fill this barrel up with alcohol?
I will give you 3 to get if you're wanting to go like half full, like probably 1 turn.
I just need it to be combustible.
Yeah, I'd say like 1 round in addition to this one. If you're getting like enough to be somewhat combustible.
Yeah, I'll do the 3 rounds, and I'm just gonna just start pouring it in. I'm just gonna lean against the barrel or the big old keg barrel. I'm just filling up this barrel, and I'm like, I had a plan. It's gonna go great. It's gonna be fantastic. And then you had to look around the corner.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a guard. It's my duty to check out danger.
There is a reason that we have a procedure to deal with this kind of crap. And the procedure is, if it doesn't know we're there, blow it up.
Why was I supposed to know?
All right.
It's
now,
just common sense.
Eyes,
I'm the guard. I am the common sense.
you're hearing them yelling. You're starting to hear gnashing of teeth and just some kind of creature gurgling. You can definitely hear where it's coming from, though.
Okay. I haven't actually... How far can I, like, run? I was here, so...
Yeah, your sprint is 12.
12, so... They're over here, right?
Hmm.
And... I don't not see anything.
I mean, you are blind.
I
So
am
you do
blind.
not see anything.
No.
I do not see anything. I'm going to cast a Blessing of Strength on myself.
Okay.
So, that barely worked.
Mhm.
Okay, so I only have 3 charges left. And it's been a few years since I've learned how to use a bow while blind, so I'm gonna wait until I hear someone scream,
Hmm.
and I'll have just like a arrow notch, and like the second I hear someone scream, like the monster scream, I'm gonna wait and then shoot it, and just hope for the best.
Okay. So you're just there in preparation then.
Yeah,
Okay.
with blessing.
All right. Oh, I guess Jude and Fourier got the same one. Jude has the higher stat, so Jude goes first.
Okay. Are any of the little creatures being engaged yet?
No, there's one pretty like close
Yeah.
in front of you, but it's
That
not
one's
quite
right
engaged.
there.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll use lunge on it. So I can go up to 3 spaces. Let's
Yep.
see. My preferred weapon is where'd it go? Oh shoot, it's down there. I have a short sword with me.
Hmm.
So 1 DS plus 5.
You can click on the you see where it says active, you can click the book and it'll do the roll automatically there.
Alright, let me try this again. I was clicking on the wrong character. It says active.
Yep. The little book beside the name of the
There we go.
item.
Abilities.
Yep. There's abilities as well as
you
you
don't
want to
have,
go to inventory.
You don't have lunge on here.
Yeah, with lunge you just click on your short sword and then you add the 5, I believe, is the bonus.
Hmm. Okay. So 25. And then I guess I'll
Yep.
just jump back then.
For sure.
So I jump up, go pop and stab it hard, and then pop back. Actually, do not. Maybe I'll pop over to right here. I'm the guard. I'm not running away. Can't hide behind draw. Why did the music get creepy and a giant health bar appear at the top of the screen?
That is not what should have happened. So don't worry about the health bar.
Dark Souls boss.
The health bar is nothing to be
Alright, time to
concerned
wipe,
of.
boys. Don't
Actually,
worry, this is the first time we get to scout out the boss.
What was that, Milo?
actually,
Don't you dare.
The health bar might actually be good to use.
Mm-hmm.
I will
boy.
use the health bar. Boop. That is for the horde.
Holy.
So
The
you
horde?
dealt that.
Oh yeah,
that
you
would
guys
be.
can't see it, but there's a lot more than 2.
Oh yeah.
What would I do?
There was like 4 in my vision when I was there.
2,
so,
3,
yeah.
4,
1, 2,
5,
3,
6,
4,
7,
5,
8,
6,
9,
7.
10.
Oh,
10.
you can see further than I can.
Yeah, I can see them all. As far as I know.
For some reason, this bar is going
Oh,
off
the
the
health
screen.
bar's going off the screen because there's too many. There's too much health.
It shouldn't be doing that, but it is. So, oh, darn.
It's been an honor, boys. Ignite the alcohol.
That's what I've been. That's what I wanted to do.
So that is your action there. Is there
Why
anything
did
you'd like
you
to do with
start with that?
limiteds?
Oh no, that's it. So.
All right.
Because it
4A.
takes a hot minute to fill up a barrel. I can't light a barrel of pickles.
Not with that attitude.
Huh. For some reason, I can't view any of the characters on the one recording. Oh well. None of the tokens are visible.
Thankfully, I'm surrounded by alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah, 4A.
Okay, it's 4A's turn.
Yep.
And 4A is going to try to. Sorry, give me a moment. I have to pull up my actual character sheet. Yeah, 4A is gonna end up. Sorry, I gotta close a whole bunch of smaller windows. 4A is gonna move in. And I can't actually see from this spot. But he's going to try and use the ability stalk prey on one of the chests. And
Yep.
maneuver around it, and according to the ability, if it moves, may take a reaction to strike it from behind, gaining advantage on the attack.
Alright, yeah.
And that'll be 4A's turn.
Awesome. Is that a no roll?
It doesn't look like it has a roll, but I can't. I'm trying to read my chicken scratch here. It says it has a range. It doesn't look like it has a roll.
Okay.
I'm going to look through your notes, but if it has a roll, I'll roll it.
Okay. And then that'll be for a Drod.
Has Drod been attacked or seen these things attack anybody yet?
No, but they're definitely like in the animal way, they're definitely like coming like towards you. They're very much like this is like you are a danger. They're reacting to you like you are dangerous to them.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to establish dominance.
Yes, I'm sure the barrels will find that very convincing.
I go to
T-pose
abilities.
them.
I didn't choose Battle Cry. That's unfortunate. Probably should have done that. Anyway, Drod is going to plant his feet and bellow as loud as he can at them and make himself as big as possible, swinging the bow, which he still has in his hand. He hasn't let go of it yet. It's either just been like hanging in a little slot on his back or it's in his hand. Now it's in his hand and he's yelling and waving it over his head and being real loud and scary.
Cool. That would be a heart check for intimidation, I believe. Yeah, they see you as a threat. They very obviously are looking a
Indeed,
little bit
see
more at
you.
you, and
As a threat.
yeah.
In a way like they're still coming at me, kind of.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. These
I
aren't
have issued
smart.
challenge, and they have accepted. He's gonna run forward and casting Noxicles, beat the crap out of this thing in the face.
All right, make your roll.
All right, that's a damage, nat one, so I don't think it counts.
No, if it's damage,
And
it
it's a
doesn't
D8.
count. No.
It's a D20. It's not a D20 either. So
I think this boss bar might not be working. Here, let me
that's
put it
18
to.
damage.
I'm gonna put it to 2 health. Let's see. Oh, it does work. Here is that number that I will not disclose.
Damn. Even after the big hit, I
It
gave.
immediately shoots right back off the screen.
Yeah. After those 2 hits,
Oh,
it
we'll know when
definitely-
it starts getting low.
as you kind of punch it, you kind of like one of the boards kind of splinters a bit, very much like a dry wooden board would on its side. And as soon as that does, just this orange liquid kind of leaks out a little bit.
Oh no, not more of that stuff.
Ew.
And then is
Nobody's
the
gonna
informant's
believe
turn.
us. Because it's all gonna disappear.
What would the informant like to do?
Okay. The informant would like to, seeing as there's so much chaos, continue to sneak around, get behind this bale right here, and with his action, shoot targets 1 and 2. 1 with the hidden blade being the farther back, or sorry, this one's been attacked, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. He's gonna shoot targets 2 and 3. 1 with the hidden blade, 1 with the goblin pistol. After casting Blessing of Strength on himself. I already casted it in the chat by accident. I was trying to read the ability, and I'd like to still hold that roll, if possible.
Where was it?
And a 22.
Yeah, 22. It said Blinding Lights, but it was Radiant Blessings.
Yep, that works.
Nimbleness. Sick. Alright, shooting target 1 with the hidden blade. Or sorry, give me a second, I had to hit the dice. Cool. 17 damage. Let's quickly do the math here, because the math is not 17.
Hey, Destiny soundtrack.
I was just wondering.
Return to the Union.
I don't know. I'm not. I'm listening to it on my Chrome tab now because it kept cutting out on Discord.
Alright,
Same
so
playlist, though.
17. How many doubles has that been?
We've got... First question. Does the barrel provide any darkness for me to be hiding in?
Yes.
Cool. That'll be a full multiplier of times 32. Or, sorry, not
544
32.
damage.
Nope, 24. Times 24.
Wait, how are you getting times 24?
Okay.
That is 408
Assassin.
damage.
Ranged
Yeah.
damage while in stealth or undetected is doubled. Tripled if you are in a dark place, so times 3. Stealthy Assassin, while stealthed, or if the target is preoccupied, you may make a physical attack of your choice, dealing double damage or piercing grit. So that's another times 2, times 6. We've got Blessing of Nimbleness. Call out a hand and extend a boon of light to someone. It's me. Double the outcome of someone's stealth roll, or allow them to double any nimbleness or stealth attack damage. Times 6 becomes times 12, and then the weapon itself, the hidden spike, has double damage while stealthed, pierces grit, and has advantage. I didn't roll the advantage, because I presume it hit.
If you
With a
roll,
13.
yeah.
But if you do the multipliers, it's 24.
So that's
times.
408 damage.
And that's only the
17
first shot.
And that's with the hidden blade one specifically.
Yeah, with the hidden blade. So now, as we roll for the revolver, which is a Goblinito revolver, I don't know if a 7 hits, but I'm stealthed, and I presume that means I would have advantage on the attack.
Yep.
Hey, that's
18 would hit, 7 damage. Now, instead of doing times 24, it'll only do times 12.
84.
Alright, so the informant comes around, slides behind the barrel, peeking from around between Jude and the barrel, shoots at the creatures. In front of you there, Drod, this barrel just gets shot dead between the eyes, and like a burst of liquid, just very cartoon style, like when the barrels get shot, just flies out, just kind of splats all across your legs there. And then it just
not the one in front of Drod. I wouldn't have
over...
attacked that one. I would have attacked the one...
This one and this one.
Yes, because they aren't being attacked by anyone else.
Well, that happens to this one then. What are these? That's dead. That's dead. They just roll over, like, into the walls. Yeah.
Oh, I will roll my advantage on my hidden blade to see if I get an auto reload, by the way. Just to see.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, it's reloaded. Poggers. And that's my turn. I'm done.
The interesting thing is, as soon as you start, like for me and the music here, as soon as you start explaining your damage, it specifically scary, dark, and evil piano and violin music by Lucifer Waltz, or is Lucifer Waltz or whatever, started. So it just very dramatic dark music for like the GM who just the fear in my eyes of just times 32 damage.
24. It's not 32. 32 was a
24.
Misspoke.
It's still a lot. And that is a reload too, isn't it?
I got the Goblin Revolver would be typically a reload after however many rounds, but I did get to reload my bow as a free action.
Blade.
So yeah.
Yep. His hidden blade is reloaded.
Let us minus a whole bunch from the horde there. Is that visible?
Are they
yet?
all shared damage?
I
think it's one. I think it's they have their own health bars that just add to the total. Otherwise you just one shot the boss, mate. It doesn't matter how many there are.
Yeah, I'm using one health bar for them all. Yeah, so the more that die, the more that will get kicked out.
Okay, I was like, wait.
Otherwise, that's 492 damage in one shot. Is the encounter finished?
It ricochets.
No, like these would die. Yeah, and it's now these ones' turn. These ones are going to move up. That one can move up all the way. This one's gonna crawl over there. This one's gonna crawl over there. This one's gonna get there. There.
Do I even need to get involved?
There.
Whoa!
All right, it is time for. Where did this one's attacks go? Where did their inventory go? Huh?
That music change was so good. That's the sound the informant made when sliding across the floor. Just
it's like everyone else is playing D&D. The informant is playing like Doom.
Yeah, that's basically the game right now. Anyway, who's ready for me to do it again?
Why did that not save? I'm so very alarmed that this doesn't even have. Okay, apparently the base sheet did I add this on one of the dead ones? Like, why? I have none of the attacks in these guys' character sheets. Circus music started as soon as I tried to attack.
You are a clown.
Apparently. This is a nice, smooth transition here. Anyways, I just have them added back anyways. So this one is going to attack you, Teardrod, for It's 6 damage. Great.
Sweet. That is my grit.
Cool. It is also using a.
That does not hurt, little barrel.
It is using an. Because they're panicked. It is going to use its any time to also attack again,
I take 1 damage.
and again for just all of its. Like in sheer like panic.
Yeah, hold on. You're gonna have to tell me that the number. Or here, let me go back and look through.
So
these.
there's a 7, an 8, and an 11.
7, 8, and 11. So
Yeah.
1,
6.
2, and
6 total.
6.
It used all of its limited and couldn't kill Drod.
This one's going to, as it was running up, which it would have been from here to...
Oh, also, sorry, did you say that this bad boy attacked?
This one, yeah.
Cool. I'm just gonna double check what Stalk Prey does.
This one's going to be charging you, Jude. For...
Which one?
That is not a correct amount of damage.
So you could say it barreled into me?
Stop. Stop.
I'm just going to roll random dice. Because I know the... Well, not random dice, but I just know... I know the amount that these are supposed to do, but they're not in Foundry, because Foundry did something weird. I understand why it did something weird now, though. It is my fault. 12 damage plus 3, so that's 15. And then you have a grit of what? 6?
I have
5.
a grit of 4, I thought. Okay, 5. Well, you upgraded it a little bit. Plus, I have a shield. Does that do anything?
Yes, shield does. How much protection does it have?
12.
Cool.
Okay.
I believe shields go first and then grit. So yeah, this you just block it with your shield. If you get attacked again, you can't use your shield again though.
Why?
And then it's grit because it's per turn. Shields are how much damage you can block per full round of combat, whereas grit is for every single hit. So it's still
I have a
like
problem with that, but okay. It's a personal problem. It's not one that I'm actually going to talk about.
yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but the barrel that Foray was stalking did make a move. And thus Foray does get to attack it.
Cool. Make a roll.
Cool. Let me know if any of those hit.
Ooh!
I
Oh, 26 hits.
No, not a 26. That's 2d20. 17?
well, I believe for your attack DC, yeah, because AC doesn't exist in the system, right?
Okay, cool. And then it's 1d5. It does 3 damage from 4A.
Amazing. Oh, it peeked out. It did a little bit. It's visible now. Cool. So this one did the thing. Is this a dead one? This is not a dead one. This one's gonna hop around here, and is in fact going to attack 4A.
Alright, 4A has disappeared. Has poofed.
Oh yeah, you can do that. Is that as a reaction, or is that just it dead?
It dead. It unsummons when death. So 4A has poofed.
Poof. That's all this one's gonna do. This one's gonna clamber, and kind of, oddly enough, be able to hop up on the one barrel, and it's gonna jump at your head. This is specifically a charge maneuver, which is pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much 3. So that's gonna be success, and then d12 plus 3. What even is the DC for this charge one? Yep, it's good. It hop off of this, and it is barreling towards you, dealing 10 damage, minus your grit. Right at your face there, Drod.
Rod, what's your grit? Rod.
Drod's grit is 6.
So
We
you take
already
4.
know this.
Is he still there? I
I
will.
don't know.
I will input damage, and if he is here, he can correct it. I did the 4 damage for him.
Did the 4 damage for him?
Cool. That is their turn. Athol.
My turn?
Yep.
I just call over. So, should I even bother finishing up filling this barrel, or should I just come help?
All you would really hear at this point is just a lot of gnashing, clashing, gunfire, growling, just...
I'm gonna take that as come over and help, because we're currently getting eaten.
Alright, how far can I move? I can move 5. Get round to there. Move my token. Oh, it actually measures out the distance for me. Convenient. I can't see anything still. Guess I'll sprint. Still can't do anything. Right.
Alright,
Okay, that's my turn.
Alright. Okay, so I've just been hearing a whole bunch of gnashing coming from here.
Yep, you just hear a bunch of gnashing in that direction.
Alright. I'm gonna just get over here until I hit, like, some fleshy bodies.
Okay.
And
Athol
I'm
looks
just
over
gonna-
at Eyes, realizes that he's still blind and is using the bow as a bow. And he's just like, oh, okay.
well, I don't know how far things are, far away things are. So,
I'm aware, which is why he's so
Oh my
nervous
God.
about it.
okay, so I felt I felt just like a giant mass of draw. So I'm just gonna pull the bow and just fire between what I assume are the two. Well, yeah, I'll just fire between what I assume are the two.
Lucky for you, the raccoon's less than 2 feet tall.
Yeah. And I'm also very good at fire. Like, being an archer is one of the few things I'm good at.
He's good even when blind.
Yeah. Plus a d10.
Plus a d10, 17. Are you just
30.
aiming
Oh,
general?
no.
That went loud.
No, blessing of strength. Blessing
Oh,
of strength.
that's 33
I'm just-
to hit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit whatever's in front of me, so I guess to this one.
Yeah, if you're,
Oh,
you're
actually,
just,
I should be rolling it. Shouldn't I be rolling at, like, disadvantage, or is there just enough stuff in the way that it doesn't really matter?
there's
Well,
enough
say
stuff
it's
that
not
I think
gonna
it's
go
fine.
well for you if you swing at whatever's in front of you and Drod happens to be in front of you.
Yeah, as you just swing forward, go forward, that's yeah, 10 damage. Right into the one right stock in the middle.
Okay. And I have, like... Well, I heard that, like, the thud of that, so... Actually, no, wait. I just gotta make sure... Oh. I get to fire it again. It was above 15. Yeah. So...
I think
fire
we're back
one
on the
more.
screen.
Sorry. One more arrow.
Using a limited then? Or, oh, you have quick draw
No.
cover.
Quick draw. Quick draw clover. Also, it pierces through 3 grit.
Plus another D10.
So, yeah, plus another D10. And my arrow. Well, the arrow pierces through 3 grit, so they do have any. Damn, just 3. Okay,
Another 8.
so another 8 damage.
Yeah, this one. That is not what I meant.
Wow,
Minus
that's
80.
amazing.
Wow.
You recover quickly. Also, funny thing, I just realized when I was making my I passed over the whirlwind ability. I was like, nah, how often do we actually fight a horde of enemies, like in close quarters?
Comedy.
Regrets. We have a few. But then again,
I
a
am
few to
become the Joker.
mention.
That second arrow, you just very quickly, the bird archer just full on Legolas charges draws arrow, fires, draws another arrow, fires, and this one, as it's attacking and gnashing, just slumps over dead. Jude, this is your turn.
All right, can I? How many spaces would you say the furthest?
Let us break out the ruler. I can't break out a ruler for some reason. There we go. The furthest one would be 2.5.
That's not much for my charge ability. Actually, would be better. All right then. Well, I'll lunge forward at another one. What's the next closest live one then?
The one right here in front of you, as well as there's one in front of Trod. Oh wait, is this the dead one? Yeah, this one's live.
This is the perfect D&D combat music for when 2 necromancers fight each other.
I don't even know which one's it's playing.
So
It's the Pokemon battle one.
My thing.
I appreciate
Got
that.
him.
Because I just imagine yeah, go skeleton.
Yeah, it's just 2 old wizards just having a Pokemon duel with zombies and skeletons.
2 + 5 + 4 equals 11. 11
11 what?
damage.
I rolled a 14, I thought. 12 plus 2.
12.
Hang on, look
The
back at the
16. The
thing.
big number is the success roll.
16? Oh, it's something different.
And then the numbers beneath it, the damage. That's the damage.
I don't know how to play this game.
It's okay. The
sometimes
format
I
of
don't
things
either.
changed.
As long as I get to swing a sword and beat. Not be cool.
This one in front of you, just ends up. You just immediately just stabbing it right in the brain, and it just kind of slumps
It has a
right on
brain.
your sword.
Lucky me.
In its head, in its general head region. And it just kind of slumps. Eyes
My
kind
li-
of just.
Most of this is head.
Fair. Cool. It dead. You guys are making really fast work of this.
I get a critical hit on this thing.
Trod. Is Trod doing some AFK times right now?
Rod! Come on, I'll go see what he's doing.
Oh yeah, you're in the same house.
Oh, my word! I am so out of it. I have my brain. Oh, okay. I'm here. I'm paying attention. I've been thinking about abilities and what I can do. Which of the things in front of me looks weakest?
Probably the thing directly in front of you. This one.
How?
The one that
okay,
just
that
jumped
one?
on another barrel and attacked your face, is what it would have done last.
Awesome. I'm going to use Harrowing Blade.
Cool.
Maybe used once per combat. Perform 3 physical attacks against an opponent. If that opponent is killed by the attacks, make an intimidation check against all remaining enemies. Adds levels of fear based on difficulty of the enemy vanquished. Fear adds 1 level of disadvantage to every enemy. So I'm gonna do that.
Oh, he's got old level fear.
Okay, so that's an 18.
Mhm.
I'm
Make
gonna,
2 more.
I'm gonna guess that. Okay, perform 3 physical out. Let's just call that the intimidation check, and I will roll 3 regular attacks.
Does Herring Blade even technically need a roll? Does it have a DC attached to it?
Yes.
No.
No.
Okay.
Well, it has a DC of you have to kill something.
Okay.
Good point.
Yeah, so it I don't know. I just
Yeah,
clicked
just
the
do your
ability
damage
and it
roll.
gave me a roll.
Yeah, it
All
shouldn't
right.
be a roll then.
Attack.
So,
I'm
Drod, at this point, you
Kill
see
them
that
all.
originally there had been frost around his knuckles, but now you see as he grips his bow, the bow itself, the bone and stuff starts to protrude ice as well as he takes his bow and, like a staff, starts beating the crap out of the thing in front of it.
That's not how it's supposed to work.
Okay, there's one.
Oh!
Oh! Ah!
Crit. All right, 32 damage. For the
First attack.
You know what? Because this is a horde, yeah, you just punt this, like, against the barrel. It dead. Immediately. But there's more if you would wish to hit them.
I will continue to punch, sure. And if I kill multiple things, can that upgrade the fear of my intimidation check?
Hell yeah.
Because you rolled a 47, we're gonna go with yes.
Alright. Second Nuxicles. 48!
Another crit!
Did he? Oh my word! Dylan's on a roll.
Oh!
That's 60
The nat ones are paying off.
You just full on
Oh
pianist.
my goodness!
Like, okay, make your third roll.
He's blowing up.
That's a 17 with a damage of 21.
Alright, narrate how you just narrate this now. I guess.
Alright.
How you do this.
The first one, Drod roars. Icicles start to form on his bow. He takes it and stabs one end of the bow into a barrel. The thing screams and he lifts it up, turns it over, and then uses the one barrel as a hammer to smash it into the next barrel behind it, smashing them both open, which would be these two directly in front of me. So those are both dead. Can you just mark off which ones are dead? So
These are the ones that you had already attacked, technically.
Alright, so yeah, I smashed them and tossed the remains away. There's one directly in front of me. That one, I just look at, I growl, and I just Spartan kick it.
Right in the face. Alright.
And with that, I, like, covered in the orange goo and everything, and the entrails of all these barrels, I roar, and I'm like, challenge me! If I go to my heart to make my intimidation roll, that is a 20.
Jeez.
It's a dirty 20.
Amazing. So the informant, how would you like to go now?
Well, I presume that based on the rules of stealth, since I shot the people and they died, no one else has seen me yet. They haven't taken an action to find me.
They're really preoccupied right now, to be
Good.
fair.
Dude,
I mean,
to be
true.
fair, this man just killed 3 of them without even really trying.
I mean, I too can kill people without trying, but good point. I'm scared of him too now, but not actually. Yeah, the informant, having quick drawn another one, is going to... you know what? How many of them are left alive? This is an important question. I see
1,
1,
2,
3,
3, 4, 5, 6.
6 of them left alive.
Or 5,
Yeah,
sorry.
the informant
Wait.
isn't going to get out of his hiding spot
No,
entirely.
wait, that one's dead. Yeah, 4.
4? Yeah, the informant's not going to get out of his spot, but he is going to try and find the best collateral line, just to see if he could possibly splinter an arrow shaft to go through 2 of them. just for fun. And I'm gonna try and target A and B with my hidden blade if I can splinter the arrow to go through the two of them. And this guy right here is gonna be the Goblin Revolver. We're gonna see what happens.
How'd you be splintering the two?
I'm just let's call it the nat 20 effect. If I do, I would like the arrow to ricochet and splinter.
Hitting between this one and that one.
Yeah, those two.
Okay.
Yeah.
We shall see.
Okay, so that's the first one. We're gonna roll a d20 to see if the second attack would do better. We're gonna have to add my nimbleness to that attack, that one I believe as well.
Mm-hmm.
So 16 to hit with the hidden blade,
Okay, awesome.
and that 16 is a times 24 multiplier. So I'm presuming the first one I was targeting is dead.
Very.
Cool. And then Goblin Revolver for the second dude. And that one's a times 12. So 6 times 12, he's dead. And that'll be my turn.
Not that far. That far. Amazing. Yeah, the second one also dead. There are 2 left. And it is their turn. And they are... This one's going to jump onto this barrel, jump over your shoulder around the corner, and sprint just full tilt. That much, and then that much. This one is going to try to duck between your legs, and is going to then try to bite your ankle at disadvantage, which would be something that it doesn't show up still, because I forgot. Where are you? There we go.
Where did this first one go, may I ask? That ran across?
That ran across, it jumped over the barrel, like, right here, like, in between the corner and Rod's head.
Yeah, but how far did it run with its maneuver?
That would have been... It's 5, 4, and 3, so... Yeah, 12.
Okay, cool. I was just curious. I have the vision cone messing me up right now, so...
Yes, I do see. Yeah, and it tries to bite your ankle, but it can't get through the pelts of your nice fur there, Drod.
Noise.
Yep. The Athel's turn. This thing just ran right by you.
Oh, shoot. Also, literally, shoot.
Yeah, you... what is
I think
damage
that
on
just
it?
does 6 flat damage. I just 6 flat.
Yep, 6 flat. Yeah, you shoot it, 6, with what these guys are at. It's okay, but yeah, as you shoot it with a... Was that a 20? Yeah,
Unnatural 20.
Yeah, you shoot it, in a specific way that kind of gets it to kind of skid and not... it won't be able to run as fast.
Can I use my movement to just shoot it again? Or
Your maneuver?
if I don't move, can I just shoot it again?
You'd have to use a limited to shoot it again.
Ah, darn. How weak is it looking?
Pretty weak. Like, this thing is like... There's a reason this thing is trying to run.
Dang. Oh!
Yeah, you just shoot it.
Natural 20.
It dead. How would you like to shoot it?
I just shoot it once. I'm like, huh. I just aim a little bit higher to after I see that it's just leaking orange fluid. I'm like, okay, that's unusual. So instead, I aim for one of the bracers on the barrel, like one of the things that keeps the barrel as a barrel. I shoot that, and it just, as it breaks, the barrel just splits apart, allowing all the goop just to flow out of it.
Yeah, it just bursts. Just absolutely rolling. There's planks everywhere. There's goop. There's weird tendrils and things. Just yeah, it's a leaky mess there. Amazing.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah, Eyes, it's your turn, and there you can hear a something beside you just
It
slobbering
is
mess.
right next to you.
Right next to me. Do I like? Okay, I'm just gonna spin. And up close and personal, just take a shot and see how it goes.
Mhm. You can hear exactly where it's coming from.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Still a disadvantage, I assume?
Yeah, for this one, yeah.
Cool. Ooh. Well, I presume I still hit.
Oh yeah.
But I did.
And that would be a second, that would trigger your quick draw quiver.
Alrighty. Okay, and then I'll roll the d10s.
Oh yeah, the d10s.
It's alright, I only did 6 damage. No, 7 damage, sorry.
Oh, yeah, that would,
Oh,
that would take it. Ooh. It's pretty close. You hear it just kind of yelp, but it's still just slobbering very weakly, almost like a shaky breath, with it now. Jude, it is...
The informant would like to use a limited
Okay.
and lunge over below Eyes, like slide under his legs, and shoot both goblin revolvers into the barrel.
Alright, make your roll.
Sorry, Jude. Kill steal.
It happens. Oh, whoops.
He's gonna miss that anytime though when the scrap iron comes into the room.
And make sure that when you guys are using limiteds that you mark them off on your character sheet too.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I presume the 19 hits.
With the revolver's DC, yeah. Oh yeah. Stealth attack, yeah. It just.
Where do I mark off limiteds? May I ask?
When you're in your character page, it's below on the row
Oh,
that says.
perfect. I
yeah,
found it.
straight at the bottom there. Let's just make sure that it's
There, marked.
Awesome, yeah. Combat is over.
Nice.
Nice.
They're all around. They're dead. You're hearing just. Let me silence it for you as well. You're just hearing it. It's now back to quiet.
Except for the slow or the rapid trickle of their
Fluids.
fluids draining out of them.
Yeah, just soft drips and drops.
What the heck are these things? This is new. Again.
oh,
actually-
killing?
A
John breathes
bunch of
heavily and then
barrels.
starts drinking from the barrels one at a time.
You're gonna start drinking from the barrel.
Ones or
No,
the
the big
actually?
ones, not the little.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh.
This was gonna be another
Do
another
not-
crystal in the arm
do
moment.
not drink.
This was gonna be another crystal moment.
Oh.
Yeah, do not drink the fluid.
Yeah, you would just start going around, each of them working and getting a little bit of various drinks, yeah.
So as far as I can tell, these are somewhat related to the scrap irons.
How so?
Well, this orangish gooey fluid, the kind of tendrils, same tendrils. The fluid is a little bit new, though it's the same color.
And from what I can tell, sounds like a scrap iron was also, well, I know for a fact a scrap iron was here beforehand, and it also just left that way, which is why I came over to try to find Drod in order to get that thing open so that we can actually pursue it. And did anybody get hurt?
I think only a little.
I don't. I'm fine. At
And
least.
so am I.
Actually, I do think I am fine.
How many of these things were there? Like, oh my goodness. Oh wow.
At
That
your
is-
oh my goodness, you just see the informant blow using the gas mask exhalers. The two pistols are next to the filters and just blowing away the smoke as he holsters the pistols again.
I love that.
Holy bro. That's a lot of damage.
Drod did most of it, right? Right, Drod?
He's drinking at the moment. I mean, this was not a great challenge, but was
Yeah,
fun.
no, so
This was entertaining. I will admit, I have nightmares now, but I'm still drinking, so this will help.
yeah, these things are related to the scrap iron, so the scrap irons are generally more durable.
No, these were made out of wood.
Oh, what do I call these things? These are definitely need a broader category now. What? I
Possessed.
know what the heck this stuff was, and I like kneel down by the orange goo that's just leaking all over the place. I could probably come up with a better name, but man, this is like it's not Blight. Blight has an entirely different aesthetic. This is just weird. Oh, so I look over at Jude and I'm like, "Oh, welcome to our crazy world."
Yeah. I want to investigate, but I don't know of anything that could possibly investigate. I mean,
No,
it's pretty
I don't think
straightforward.
we've actually properly introduced ourselves to each other.
Um,
I stand up and I reach down to shake his hand. Name's Athel.
I shake his hand back. Jude Belixi.
Nice to meet you, Jude. I hope you don't get us in trouble for breaking and entering.
Milo, out of curiosity, is there anything in these barrels that Drod's been drinking out of that would be noticeably different or bad?
No, none.
All right.
Don't drink the goo off the floor, please. I beg of you. It's not a
Drod
challenge
comes
to your
back, wiping
constitution.
his beard of the drink that he's been sampling. He's like, yeah, this establishment has decent selection, but quality, well, perhaps it could be higher. Anyways,
So,
you said your name was
Athel.
yes, but what? What's your name?
Athel.
Yes, Ethel. What?
Athel, I prefer to keep my last name to myself.
This is
Ask for more
bizarre name, but it
questions
is
and you'll
good to
get
meet
messed
you,
up.
Ethel. I prefer to keep last name to myself.
Good enough.
I am Drod. Drod Ruik Dormindar. You may
Gesundheit.
simply call me Drod.
Anyway, Drod, we need your help with a little bit of a gate
I am not
over
done
here.
introducing myself, you rude young child.
sorry.
You small
We
furry
have a
raccoon.
okay.
Yes.
I'll start trying to see if I can.
Oh
work
wait,
on it
no.
myself.
Hold on. We're gonna make a mind check here.
Which small furry raccoon?
8. Nope. Okay, yeah, small furry raccoon pet. I don't need to know your name because you're a pet. Back to looks over at Eyes.
Yeah.
Hello, my
Oh,
name
no.
is Roderick Dormandyar. What is your name?
The name's Eyes. Don't have a last name. It's cultural thing to say that. Nice to meet you, though.
Very
Spare me
strange
for a second, Milo.
naming conventions, but this I will accept. You are,
Yes.
after all, Lowlander, which makes you strange. Anyways, small blue child is disturbed by something. He also seems
Yeah,
to not
let's-
understand the concept of forging and materials, so perhaps he is in need of help.
Yeah, let's go help him up. Could you lead me over? I am just a little bit blind right now, so
Absolutely, follow me, and he continues to walk.
thank you.
He is not holding your hand, he is not anything, he is walking.
Oh, I'm just grabbing. I'm like grabbing his like arm or something.
Oh, he'll let you do that.
Yeah.
If I
Get
could
out the first
get a
person
little
I
help here.
piggybacked off.
Yes, it looks like wheel.
Yeah, it should help operate whatever the heck mechanism is here keeping our pathway blocked.
Probably.
Could you help me turn it?
Somebody has targeted me, and I won't lie, this concerns me. I see giant crosshair reticle on my form.
That would be yourself, Dylan.
I don't think I can target myself.
I don't know if you can.
Yes, you can.
Well, strange. I had done this somehow. Anyways. Yes, so all we need to do is spin this wheel, and the mechanism shall do the thing?
Hopefully, yes. Could I have some help?
Drod sees this as more of a personal challenge.
I am trying my best,
It's
and
pure
I am not
sportsman
physically.
conduct if I were to interfere with your personal challenge.
You know what?
True.
Fine. You do it yourself then.
Well, no, the challenge is still here. This just means you accept failure, and this makes you more of child than small person.
I am an intellectual, not a physical brute.
Nat 20, let's go.
Drod is going to come over just a little bit and put one hand on Athel's shoulder. Listen. He's going to get down on one knee. So he can look at my eye to eye. I know it is frustrating to be called things that we don't agree with. But we are in charge of how we respond to world. Yes? You are challenged by this wheel. You must decide. Are you strong enough to take up this challenge?
Physically? No.
And Drod is going to use his ability, heart to heart, once per. Oopsies, didn't mean to roll that. Once per session, you may say a meaningful thing to someone, giving them a 1d6 boon.
That one, Dylan.
Wait, did I?
Yes.
Awesome. I didn't actually mean to roll that because it's not a roll.
No,
you can
that
go
was
ahead.
the first one.
No, it's not. It's not an actual roll, is what I'm saying. So
It's still a
it doesn't
roll.
change anything, but it's
Add
still
it to
one,
the
yeah.
counter.
It's on the count.
14.
Brother, if you could add the
14
detail of what it was. Anyways, you now have an extra D6.
You got a boon.
Yeah,
you can
any
just spend it on
roll
me.
you wish to use this session, you have an extra D6, and he's gonna sit there.
You can
and
keep
he's
it
going to
forever.
Look at you. Oh, you can keep it forever. Never mind. And you can add it to whatever roll you want. And he's like, "Listen,
An 18 enough to do it?
No. Doesn't even budge.
Yeah, no.
add a D6 if you want, or keep it forever if you want."
It's not budging.
He still hasn't told you anything yet. You don't get the boon until he says something meaningful.
What would Drod have that would be meaningful?
Decent. When tree is small, it does not do much. But when tree grows large, and is giving itself time to grow, even in the harshest of circumstances, it will part rivers. And little streams, when they have been given time to grow, become rivers, and then lakes, and then oceans. You may not be strong enough to do this now, but know that in the future, you will be able to accomplish many things if you allow yourself to be challenged but only accept those challenges that are wise.
Okay, can I get some help on this now? The thing is getting away. It closed the tunnel behind it. We need to open the tunnel now.
Alright, stand back. Accept defeat for this challenge, and Rod will take these.
Thank you.
Doesn't budge.
Rod is going to try spinning it the other way.
Okay. Yeah, it's not moving.
Alright.
I would like to make a check on that to see, like.
Rod's going to walk over to this gear in the corner.
Wait, before you do that, I want to see if I can figure out how this
And
works.
he's going to spin it.
Yeah, as you just kind of try to spin it, just getting your wrist kind of in a good leverage spot to start pushing it. Yeah, it starts pushing, and then as soon as like your hand would be about to touch the other wall, it just keeps spinning by itself, and you just hear another chain in a gear, some kind of pulley lever just slotting, moving, and then a clunk. It did something.
Alright, try again.
I would like to attempt to figure out the mechanisms. That'd be a crafter, inventor, or tinkerer check.
Probably Tinker.
I'm spinning the wheel in center of room again.
It does not budge.
28.
I was inventor, not tinkerer.
They'll say
Never mind,
the
it
same
did.
thing.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
tinkerer.
I haven't
it's-
changed it
it's the
yet.
same.
Yeah. As you're kind of looking at it, it definitely looks like it can moves, but there is some stopper or something that is where like the axle, I guess, would be a good enough word, is there's a couple pins that are that kind of come and blocked it, so it's not going to be moving anywhere without somehow moving those out of the way.
And like, do the pins move?
It looks like they're it definitely looks like they're like a separate sliding structure of some kind. It doesn't look like they're part of like a firm statue or something. There's definitely like a hole around them,
Yeah.
to kind of like let them
And
pass
I've
without
tried
scraping on anything.
sliding them in and out.
It would be like in like the kind of like axle twisting part. That's where like the pins would be. So it would be pretty thin. The kind of like a gap between like the bottom pillar part and the top kind of handle part. It'd probably be, it's like enough that you can like see into it, but not really enough that you could really reach in there super easily.
Hey,
Probably like a
Foreman, you got
centimeter,
any of
maybe.
those like thieves' tools? Any pliers, lockpicks, those kind of size of things?
Sorry, the informant's gonna like kind of scuttle over and be like, "Sorry, what are you trying to grab?"
I'm trying to. There's a couple pins in this thing. Trying to get them out, and I need some finer tools than what I have on hand.
Oh, you mean like these? And I like hand him some of my lock-picking tools.
Yeah, that would do it.
Just don't lose it, all right? Otherwise, we're locked in
Yes.
here. That being said, it probably wouldn't be too bad. We got food, we got drink.
We also have the doorway up.
Which doorway up?
The trap door that we came down.
Yeah, but the door that way was locked. We got locked in.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
Would a 17 be enough to remove the pins?
Uh, yeah, yeah,
Sweet.
17. You can kind of reach in there. You'd have to be pretty meticulous for like each pin, kind of pushing it down. In a specific way. It seems like they are kind of like spring loaded, but when you push them all the way down, they all kind of like they would all like click into place individually. And it gets easier the more that you do. That gap kind of like grows a little bit between them.
All right, all right, all right. Now it should spin.
All right,
Can I try spinning it?
yeah, give it my check.
Here we go again. I'm gonna fail again.
Yeah, you like as you're just pushing it, it's like it's super freshly oiled and it just spins. It starts spinning a little faster than the amount of like force and speed you're going at it, so you kind of have to take your hands back a little bit before it would hit you or anything. Super easy spin, and you hear more of like the same kind of even more gears and stuff turning in the walls and all that.
How does Drod react?
Sometimes you gotta think smarter, not harder.
Yeah, how does Drod react?
Oh, Drod's been pulling on it the whole time. The moment Athel like undoes the pins and it starts spinning, he's like, ah, ha ha. Even this will bow down to my strength.
Yeah, as soon as the gears stop, there's like a loud clunk, but it doesn't seem like these doors. These are doors. It doesn't seem like that.
Where did he go?
Obviously, this opens something else all other wares. And Drod
Wait.
goes over
The empty
this way
barrel.
and sees nothing. And then he comes
God,
back.
there was a barrel that was empty, right? The barrel
Of course,
that you
there
tried
was
to drink
barrel
from
that was empty. Now, excuse me while I go and seek for the secret passage.
Yeah, there's like a small puddle in front of like each and every barrel, except for the one right here.
I'm afraid that
I would
after
like to
much
go over to this
investigation,
barrel.
I can declare that there is no secret passage.
And
Make
I would
a-
like
make a
to
roll.
try to see if I can open the barrel.
Yeah, make a roll to see if you can an investigation there,
It's a
mind
might
check.
or an yes, please. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, it seems like
But-
there is kind of a hidden hinge on the side. And by twisting the one nozzle, because you're kind of like just trying to get a hold on it, it swings open. And you
Does
can see a
it
door
swing inwards or outwards?
outwards.
Okay, so this is the fun fact. Drod is now leaning against the barrel, scratching his head, wondering where the door is. I could have sworn this would open thing, but I am not sure.
Drod, you're leaning against the door.
Well, yes, of course I am leaning against door. It is because this barrel is empty, therefore there is no risk of me damaging any of the proprietor's goods.
Drod, can you just back away from the barrel
Oh, listen, I have to
5
think
seconds.
hard about
You
where
are
this exit
standing
is.
against the exit?
Drod,
Absolute-
the door's
Yes.
behind you.
Sorry, hold on. What were you calling me, small blue man?
No. You said
I'm in
nothing
pain.
offensive. No, there was nothing at all.
Drod
Drod's still
Challenge.
carrying the flaming spear?
Drod-
What happened to it?
No, the flaming spear got dropped a while back. He would have just kind of
Sorry,
like dropped
player.
it on the floor over here or something. Who knows?
The informant is going to grab the flaming spear.
It's
If it's
out
still
by
on.
this point. There was fighting and stuff. It's been a long enough time that it will have consumed everything that he had on it. But
Fair
Drod
enough.
will
Makes sense, yeah.
stop leaning off on the barrel, and he will walk towards Athel.
Does the
And he
door
will-
open right then?
Yeah, as soon as he like steps
I'm
off, if
still
Athel's still
pulling
pulling
on
on it, it just
Drod, look,
opens.
you did it. You found the door.
Yeah, and just the door opens, and there you see at the back of it, there's for anyone who would be looking down, there's another door at the end of the barrel.
Drod pauses and glances to the left. I seem to have discovered this hidden passage.
I'm sorry, what?
Listen.
I was pulling on that
He puts
thing
a
the
hand on
entire
Athel's
time.
shoulder. You and
And
I,
you were
we have
leaning
a good
against
thing
it.
going.
Hey, shh. Don't
have-
don't challenge him. Don't get him angry.
We
You
have a
can't
good thing
end this
going,
fight.
little blue man. I understand that at times it is difficult to accept your place in universe. However, let us be very clear. I take challenge seriously, and I will honor your request for challenge. But be
I'm
sure
not
that you are
challenging
ready
you.
for it first.
I'm not challenging you. I am simply stating a fact. You were in the way.
Sounds like a challenge to me, not gonna lie.
Not a
Nope.
As I
challenge.
walk-
It's a
Sorry, are we
simple
talking about
No
state
challenge?
challenges
of
here.
fact.
There are no
Buzzes.
challenges here.
Are you saying that in your culture this would be considered challenge?
No, this would
Not
not
in
be
my
considered.
culture.
See,
been a
he
very
meant
long
no harm.
time.
He meant no harm. He meant no harm.
I didn't ask if he meant harm. I only asked if he had challenge.
Are the rest of you also following the people inside?
Drod would slowly follow behind, yes.
I'd grab
we follow
onto
Drod.
whatever I could.
Drod would
I'll
be right
grab
there.
onto
At this
someone
point,
and just follow
considering
them.
Eyes has like been clinging to him, Drod would wait for Eyes to put an arm on him
Yeah.
and then would keep going.
Yeah, you see like kind of a very basic hallway, and then the walls to the cellar just busted open, absolutely broken. There's bits of debris, and it immediately leads into caves with little bits of growth, kind of a darker stone. For the two of you this way, this is a tar pit. You see just bubbling hot tar. There's more mushrooms around. Yeah, this ends up seeing a very natural, unused, undeveloped cave. In and with that, I think is a good time to end it.